Are you on? Testing, testing. I need you to hear me, Justin. Put your ears on, Justin. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, thanks.
Hello, testing.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check, check.
Good morning, Rex. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
This is Sol Garza, Spanish interpreter. I'm just testing my sound to make sure that it's working okay. Rex, are you able to hear me okay? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. I'm gonna turn on the interpretation channel right now for you.
And
Thank
this
you
is
so
Martha,
much.
I'm the other interpreter.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I was just testing my microphone too. Thank you.
That's good.
Sure to turn on. Good morning, colleagues, commission staff, stakeholder partners, and guests. We will continue to do our best to start on time, end on time, and respect your time. And it's that time. It's 9 a.m. Welcome to Orange and to the beautiful building of OCTA. It's interesting to be in a room that is this long. I don't think I've ever spoken in a room that is probably in 3 zip codes before. So this will be fun. Can you hear us way in the back? By hands? Great. Well, thank you for joining us today. We're honored and delighted that you're here, ready to participate and make our state a better place. We're going to ask Doug Remedios to call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Cruz?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Eager.
Here.
Commissioner Falcone.
Here.
Vice Chair Grisby.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Lugo?
She's here, Doug. She just stepped away for a minute.
Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Commissioner Tavoloni. Commissioner Tiffany.
Here.
Chair Guardino.
Present.
Senator Cortese. Assemblymember Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Doug, thank you. And we're delighted to be welcome to the region. I believe Tom Nguyen is here. Yes, there
Sure.
you are.
If it's okay, I'd like to give some webinar instructions.
Of course. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you very much. Welcome all to day 1 of the May 2024 CTC meeting in the City of Orange in the County of Orange. Please note that because this is a 2-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda on our website. Please use the Questions tab if you have questions about this. The meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission Meetings page of our website under the View, Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Spanish language translation is also being provided. You can access this service through the Interpretation tab at the bottom of the screen. And for those in the room, translators are available in the back of the room. Where is she? She's hiding from me. There she is. For those in the room, please see the clerk or use the Q&A tab online if you have questions about this. And I'm the clerk, so if you have questions, ask me. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow adequate time for our translating services. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. We welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk. Again, that's me up front here. Let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you will find the Raise Hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Committee staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include agenda item number you are commenting on, and Commission staff will read that comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when calling on you to make comments. For all of our meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise when making comments. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If for some reason we have way too many speakers on any single item, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable. We appreciate you spending some of it with us. Thank you, Chair.
Doug, thank you. And just to let everyone know what an opportunity we have over these next 2 days. We think that our days may run long as well. So we'll try to take breaks. We'll also want to make sure that everyone is heard and respected throughout our 2 days together as we work through 138 book items, about 2,000 pages of material. With that, we will ask everyone to honor a 2-minute time to comment for the public to weigh in so that everyone has equal time. Douglas, so that when we do hear from the public, we'll set the clock for 2 minutes, please. Great, thank you. We're delighted to be welcomed to this beautiful region by Tom Nguyen, who has served our state and our region with such effectiveness. And I have the pleasure of actually having your name placard here. Tom, thank you for joining us this morning. We look forward to hearing from you.
Mike. Check, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, distinguished members of the California Transportation Commission, fellow colleagues and guests. My great pleasure to give you a warm welcome to all of you to Orange County, a vibrant community defined by its rich diversity and dynamic growth. As we gather here today, I want to honor the indigenous peoples of this region. We acknowledge the Gabrielino Tongva Nation, the Wanyeño Band of Mission Indians, and Akjaman Nation, whose enduring relationship with these lands continues to shape our shared history and future. Here in Orange County, we're very proud of our multicultural heritage that shapes our identity, from the historical charm of San Juan Capistrano to the bustling streets of Anaheim, and of course, my home, Little Saigon in Garden Grove and Westminster. Each city within our county offers a unique tapestry of experiences, reflecting the many cultures and communities that make our home so special. As chair of the Orange County Transportation Authority, I'm excited to share the strides we are making toward a sustainable and resilient transportation future. Our commitment is not just to enhance mobility, but to ensure that our transportation network is environmentally friendly and resilient to meet the challenges of tomorrow. In 2024, the OCTA Board of Directors is dedicated to continuing our work toward a balanced, sustainable, and equitable transportation system. This includes sustaining organizational excellence, fostering collaboration and diversity, and safeguarding our future through fiscal responsibility and environmental stewardship. We are committed to providing a reliable transportation network that evolves with changing needs and enhances the quality of life for all of our residents. Currently, OCTA is at the forefront of several transformative projects. We are reshaping our public transit system to increase accessibility, efficiency, and reduce carbon emissions. We are well down the road on our plan to advance our zero-emission bus fleet. We're excited to get closer to the completion of the OC streetcar, Orange County's first modern electric streetcar.
Oh, cool.
Both of these efforts help better serve Orange County's disadvantaged communities through additional transit resources, and so our residents can breathe easier with cleaner air. All of our initiatives are designed not just with today in mind, but for the future health and vitality of our communities. We continue to layer on top of the existing foundation for a network that supports economic growth, improves quality of life, and protects the natural beauty of Orange County. Thank you for joining us today and for your continuous support in our journey towards creating a more connected and sustainable Orange County. We continue to look forward to collaborating with the Commission and all stakeholders to turn these visions into reality. I'm happy to turn the podium over to our CEO, Mr. Daryl Johnson, who will offer some additional comments and provide more details on some of the projects and programs I just mentioned. Thank you.
You know, people have never complained when they haven't been able to hear me, Doug, so thank you for that. Tom, thank you for your leadership. It's a pleasure to partner with you. Daryl, it's always nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Always great to be here. Just like our chair, I usually sit up there, so I feel like I should have pulled a blue speaker card today. I do want to emphasize some of the items that our chair talked about with a little more detail. So if we could go to the next slide. A little bit about Orange County. You know a lot about Orange County, but there's two things that I would like to emphasize. We're the second densest county in California, only behind San Francisco. And I think that is something that gives us challenges in the transportation network, but also gives us opportunities as we think about the transportation network. Very culturally diverse, as you've heard from our chair today, and home to a wide range of businesses and tourist attraction as well. It's also a very small county, but in that small county is 3.2 million residents, which makes it the third most populous county in the entire state of California. We could go to the next slide. This may be an obvious question, but what is OCTA? And I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about that. We are a consolidated transportation agency that was consolidated from 7 separate legal entities in 1991, and we're now 6 legal entities. But really what we do is we focus on 4 areas of the transportation system. And what I'd like to do today is just give you a couple of quick examples of successes and challenges in each of those. So first, on the left-hand side, is everything around the streets and road system. Active transportation, signal synchronization, heavy rail grade separations, things of that nature, and the transit system. We're the transit operator for the entire county. It's OC Bus, it's paratransit, it's streetcar, it's on-demand flex transit systems. We're also part of the Metrolink Joint Powers Authority and very involved in the state-supported Lausanne Rail Corridor. Everything around sustainability. You heard our chair mention about zero-emission buses. We have air quality initiatives. We also have protected more than 1,300 acres of open space, and we provide transportation-related water quality grants to all of our cities to protect the 42 miles of beaches in Orange County. And then finally, we have the highway program that encompasses our Measure M program, as well as HOV lanes, the most extensive HOV lane network in the state, as well as the tolled express lanes and motorist services. If we go to the next slide, one of the things I'd just like to talk about is system maintenance. The Streets and Roads program here is something that we take a lot of care in, and it's not what we think about just expansion. It's about maintaining the system. So we currently have the highest pavement condition index in the state of California at 79. The statewide average is 66. And that's not to brag about anything other than to say that it didn't happen by accident and it didn't happen overnight. This takes long-term commitment built into our sales tax measure, commitment from our board of directors, and commitment by our cities to maintain the system in a state of good repair so it serves all the needs. And those needs are the obvious automobiles, maybe the less obvious bus transit network, and then also active transportation and bike lanes. We go to the next slide. Another piece of our active transportation program, I just picked 2 things that I thought were important, is the Safe Transportation Education Program. It's a program that's delivering walking and bicycling safety education to 25 elementary schools focused on disadvantaged communities. We provide a whole range of services, working with our cities, our schools, and parent groups to make sure that people understand the opportunities to get to school in a safe manner. We know we have a dense county, as I mentioned a moment ago, and making sure that it's safe in those areas to do what we need to do to get students to school. And then on the complete street side, I've just picked out a couple of things. One of our more large investments in recent years, $25 million was recently awarded to 10 bikeway facility projects, and just over $65 million in MPO or SCAG funding for 20 projects supported for bikeway planning, safe routes to schools, as well as bike facility projects. Together, those two are almost $100 million, and that's our single largest one-time investment in complete streets and active transportation at one time. Go to the next slide. Chair Nguyen mentioned OC Streetcar. We're approaching 90% complete on that, and it should be open in 2025. The thing about this is it grew out of community need. It wasn't a top-down approach, it was a bottoms-up approach. Our board decided to give every city in Orange County a $100,000 planning grant in the late 2000s and say, what would you like in your community to help your community have better transportation services? So in one sense, it was a bottoms-up competition, and the winner of that, if you will, was the Santa Ana Garden Grove streetcar. It's a $589 million project connecting on the right-hand side of the screen the Metrolink and Amtrak Losan corridor. Pre-COVID had 8.5 million annual boardings, and Santa Ana is the second busiest train station in the county. Connects to the Civic Center, and to the left of your screen to Harbor Boulevard, which is the busiest bus route in Orange County, with more than 12,000 daily boardings and service every 15 minutes or more. And in the middle of that is the center of our county government seat. And also in the pink area is environmental justice communities identified, and there's 18 connecting bus routes that will connect with the streetcar system as well. We're very excited about that, and we plan to have that open next year. That's a highlight of our sort of transit activities under construction. If we go to the next slide, also mentioned by our chair is what we're doing in the zero-emission bus space. If you had an opportunity at the reception last night, we showed off one of our hydrogen buses as well as one of our battery electric buses. We were very focused on meeting all the needs of the transit riders, but at the same time making sure that we do it in an environmentally responsible way. I won't go through the whole list here, but I think you get the sense of the work that we're doing in both in climate adaptation and sustainability. And a little bit more detail, if we go to the next slide, I'd like to spend a moment on what we're doing on the bus fleet. So we are fully engaged and on track to have a fully zero-emission bus fleet by 2040. And in fact, in the middle of the pandemic in 2020, many transit agencies asked for relief, if you will, on turning in their zero-emission ICT plan by 2040. We turned it in right on time. The board has adopted a pilot that allows us to test 10 hydrogen buses and 10 battery electric plug-in buses, so we can determine the best technology for Orange County based upon our service profile. In 2020, we launched the fuel cell electric bus pilot. In 2022, the battery electric bus pilot. We're testing both of those now, and we are planning to expand the fleet in the coming fiscal year with 40 additional fuel cell buses, 10 additional battery electric buses, and we're going to pilot and test, which I believe is the first for sure in Southern California, perhaps the state, 10 battery electric paratransit vehicles to make sure that we understand how we can move from gasoline, in that case, directly to zero emission. And then we're working right now to build our second hydrogen fueling station, as well as 10 additional electric charging stations will come online shortly. If we go to the next slide. So shifting a little bit to resiliency, you all know a lot about the challenges we've had on the Losan Rail Corridor in San Clemente. You've been very helpful in the initial policy responses and emergency responses. I just wanted to talk about where we're at today. The new policy that you approved some time ago expedites approval and funding for both two of the most recent challenges we've had. We've been very engaged with the Department of Transportation and the Secretary of Transportation, Calsta's office, to making sure that we have a path forward. We're underway with an assessment of the short term, meaning sort of right now, as well as a 0 to 10 and a 10 to 20 year look. And then, of course, looking at the longer term solutions to make sure that we can have a rail corridor for the future. But I wanted to just emphasize that you have to have partnerships on projects of these magnitudes, and both the department, the agency, and of course the commission has been a wonderful and outstanding partner in helping us deal with the challenges that have been unforeseen. We go to the next slide. Just close out a little bit here on the highway side. The I-405 improvement project was a project promised to our voters in Measure M2, and it was passed in 2006. It's a project that stretches 16 miles between Costa Mesa and the LA County line. That's primarily within the existing right-of-way. It was Measure M funded for the regular lane improvements, and it was funded with a TIFIA loan, a federal TIFIA loan for the express lanes. 18 bridges were replaced, improvements to every local street and local interchange, including sidewalks and new bike lanes on every bridge. And it's a 16-mile project that opened in December of last year. And Commissioner Eager, thank you for coming and making remarks on that. We're very excited about that project. It was the first project approved by the California Transportation Commission under Assembly Bill 194 for tolling authority. It also was the first project to use the design-build method authorized under AB 405. So if we talk a little bit about how the project is working, since it's opened on December 1st, if we can go to the next slide. So since this is just the express lanes, since the express lanes opened on December 1st, there's been 6.2 million trips recorded. A quick reminder, this is the busiest section of highway in the United States of America. Not in California, not in Orange County, not in Southern California, but average daily volume exceeding or nearing 400,000 trips per day on the north end at the LA County line. We've opened more than 6,700 accounts. And a little bit about when people are traveling. The heaviest travel days in the month of April were Wednesdays and Thursdays, with the least traveled on Sundays. Pretty obvious that the peak travel times are going to be 7 to 9 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m. But what's less obvious, and I wanted to share with the Commission, is as Orange County has matured over time, I think people have always thought of Orange County as a suburb where people live here and they get in their car or they get on Metrolink and they go to work in Los Angeles and then they come home every night. In fact, over the last decade, that is completely flipped. All of the data, both the toll lane data, general purpose lane data, there are more people living in Los Angeles County and coming to work in Orange County than the reverse. So what that means is the peak direction on the 405 is southbound AM and northbound PM. So there's clearly different patterns emerging and have emerged over the last 10 years, and I think it shows that as Orange County has matured and densified, the traditional idea of a suburb with orange groves and Disneyland and people going to their jobs in Los Angeles today just doesn't exist today. And as we acknowledge that the demands that places on the transportation system are quite interesting and have changed the way we think about that. So let me just close on the next slide, and thank you for your time. Over the last year, the California Transportation Commission has provided more than $137 million, as well as significant partnership and policy guidance to help keep Orange County moving, not only the residents, but the visitors and everyone that chooses to work and play here. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members, happy to answer any questions, but welcome to Orange County. I hope you have a great 2 days here, and if you need anything, please let us know. Great.
Daryl, thank you for your leadership and our partnership over the years. Colleagues, any questions for Daryl?
So much.
Thank you very much. We are going to move to item number 3, approval of minutes from our March 21, 22 of 2024
Chair, just to be clear,
meeting.
there was no request for public comment on that last item.
Douglas, thank you. So Douglas, you've saved me twice today. Let's see if we can hit a record.
We're going to go for the cycle.
Fantastic, great.
Items 3, 4, and 5 will vote together. Item 3 is approval of the minutes for the March 21st, 22nd, 2024 California Transportation Commission meeting. Item 4 is the commissioners' meetings for compensation. And item 5 is committee members' compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Move approval.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Norton, a second by Commissioner Bradshaw. Before we vote, are there any public comments on 3, 4, or 5?
No, I do not see any requests for comment at this time.
You waited just a moment to build the anticipation. Very well done. Are there any comments on the dais? Seeing none? We have all of our commissioners in the room. Commissioner Tavoloni is not participating remotely? Great, okay. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you. On to item 6, our Commission Executive Director, Tanisha Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Guardino. I'll get a little closer. I do not have a big voice. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Tom Flynn and Daryl Johnson, for welcoming us to Orange County. OCTA has been a great partner to the Commission in recent years, especially as we've worked together to tackle the recurring challenges of the Los San corridor. Thank you for that continued partnership and for hosting us today. Commissioners, there has been a lot of activity since we last met in San Jose in March. Several of us on the dais were present in Petaluma for the Commission's joint meeting with the California Air Resources Board and the Department of Housing and Community Development. I'd like to thank the interagency team that worked to put that joint meeting together and provide us the opportunity to collaborate with our sister agencies. The discussions around sustainable freight and how the state prioritizes its transportation investments will help inform the work that all 3 of our agencies carried out together. In particular, I'd like to thank Bridget Driller, Doug Remedios, Randy Fleming, Justin Hall, Matthew Yazcott, Cherry Zamora, and Kayla Giese for their work on the joint meeting. I'd also like to thank the Mendocino Council of Governments and our outgoing moderator of the Rural Counties Task Force, Nafili Barrett, for hosting the Commission's first town hall of 2024 in Fort Bragg. These town halls are an incredibly valuable opportunity for the commission to see the unique regional needs of our communities firsthand. In Mendocino County, we saw firsthand how rural communities along the coast depend on Highway 1 to access essential services, as well as the impacts that road closures from coastal erosion can have on their well-being. We also saw the innovative work being done in rural communities to meet state climate goals. For example, Fort Bragg's recent efforts to electrify its fleet of police vehicles. We also heard about projects focused on making local infrastructure more resilient to the impacts of climate change. This was timely, as Commission staff will be presenting the draft guidelines for the 2025 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program later in this week's agenda. Thank you to all who hosted us for your hospitality and for sharing your challenges and success stories with us. And thank you to Laura Pennebaker, Destiny Preston, and Bridget Driller for helping to organize this event. Yesterday, we held an executive meeting of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. As always, I appreciate the participation and perspectives of our EAC members and the robust discussion on how we, as state agencies, can better meet our equity goals. The EAC Vice Chair and members have attended various meetings like our joint meeting and town hall and represented the committee at events like the San Joaquin Valley Policy Conference. I'm grateful for their continued engagement in the work of the Commission. In addition to these meetings, I have a few more updates since the March Commission meeting. Last month, I attended the groundbreaking of the Brightline West high-speed rail project. This project is a great example of our future multimodal transportation system, not just in California, but for all of the United States. On April 25th, Caltrans held its Fallen Workers Memorial, recognizing the 193 Caltrans employees who have been killed on the job since 1921. Last week, we observed the California Peace Officers Memorial ceremony, honoring fallen officers of the California Highway Patrol and other law enforcement agencies. And I just want to thank Director Tavares and Commissioner Dury. These events are always very close to my heart, very important for the state of California to recognize the people that have served us and have lost their lives in serving us. These events are important reminders of real human impacts that our work has here. We speak a lot about dollars and projects, but it's important not to lose sight of the lives touched by our transportation system, especially the lives that have been taken in building and maintaining that system and keeping it safe for others. Last Friday, the governor released his revised budget proposal for the coming fiscal year. The state is facing a serious general fund budget shortfall, and the governor has proposed some solutions that would impact the work of the commission considerably. Together with proposals in the January budget, these solutions include a reduction of $600 million to the recent one-time augmentation of $1 billion in the active transportation program. It should go without saying that it is not a situation that anyone wants to find themselves in. We know how important this program is. Later in our agenda, we will hear an update from Commission staff on the benefits of the most recent active transportation cycle, including air quality and greenhouse gas emissions reductions and improvements to system safety. These benefits are a compelling justification for funding more active transportation projects. As the legislature considers this proposal over the coming weeks, Commission staff will continue to identify potential impacts to previous and future funding cycles and explore options for protecting existing funding commitments. Last month, the California State Auditor's Office released findings from its audit of the Commission's Local Streets and Roads program. Not only did the audit include no findings against the Commission's role in the program, the Auditor's Office praised the work of the Commission staff in ensuring transparency for the public in compliance with the program's requirements. It is gigantic. Thank you, thank you. I'm very proud, needless to say, of our Local Streets and Roads program team, Alicia Sequira, Celeste Almanza, and Leanne Badian, for representing the Commission so well over the course of this 10-month process. It can be difficult to have your work scrutinized in this way, and the team deserves to be commended for continuing to deliver this important program to our exacting standards, all while under the microscope. Commissioners, this theme of faithfully carrying out the responsibilities that we have been charged with is an important theme to keep in mind this week. Whether it's established by federal law, the California Environmental Quality Act, or the laws that establish our funding programs, the work we do at the Commission is governed by process. As a public agency, we are obligated to be transparent, honest, and accountable when executing our duties. To that end, staff works diligently to ensure the steps we take and the actions we recommend are consistent with guidelines, regulations, and state and federal law, Each decision brought before you at our Commission meetings is the result of a rigorous process that ensures every aspect of these actions has been examined and analyzed by all applicable standards. Even when an item seems simple and straightforward, there is an immense amount of effort and coordination on the part of Commission staff and our partners at Caltrans, regional agencies, and other stakeholders to bring you the best information and allow you to make the most informed decisions. We welcome public scrutiny in our process. Commissioners, before we move into our agenda today, I have a couple staffing updates. Dylan Jimenez has joined the Commission's administrative team. Dylan is new to state service and will be supporting the Commission's budget and business service functions. Gwen Hunter has also joined the Commission as our General Counsel. Gwen comes to the Commission from the California Attorney General's office, where she served as Deputy Attorney General in the Natural Resources section. We're very pleased to welcome Gwen and Dylan to the Commission team. Looking ahead, the Commission will meet next month in Monterey on June 27th and 28th. The Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee will meet on May 31st in Los Angeles. On that note, I'd like to announce that Chair Gardino, in consultation with Secretary Omashakin, recently appointed Commissioner Bradshaw as Chair of the Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee. Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. None at all, none at all. Never. Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw, for taking up leadership of this very important group as we move into a critical stage of planning for the future of sustainable transportation funding in the state. On May 30th, Commission staff will host a workshop for the 2025 State and Local Transportation System Needs Assessment, looking at policy recommendations related to the needs assessment's findings. Also in May, Commission staff will also be holding the final round of workshops for the upcoming cycles of the Senate Bill 1 competitive programs on May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Commission staff will be bringing the draft guidelines for the Local Partnership Program, Solutions for Congested Corridors Program, and Trade Corridor Enhancement Program to the Commission at the June meeting. And Commissioners, that concludes my report for today. Thank you.
Executive Director Taylor, thank you for your report. Commissioner and ex officio reports is next.
I did, yes.
Oh, Doug was supposed to correct me, not you.
I'm behind a chair.
There you go.
I just wanted to say that, to your point, Executive Director Taylor, I think we do not get a chance to thank you and the staff enough. This particularly has been one of the busiest months, and the amount of work on this agenda and what you are all being asked to do, I think people forget how small the staff is, but how mighty they are. And under your leadership, I just wanted us to take another minute and give you and the staff a round of applause for how hard you've been working.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show that was a unanimous vote of support. Any other comments or questions to our executive director? And are there any public comments?
Chair, I do not see any request to comment on this item at this time. Thank you.
Great, and then,
The next one.
oh, for the next one, okay, great. The next item, of course, is commissioner and ex officio reports. I will go last, so let's hear from other colleagues if they have any reports. Yes, past Chair Eager.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. First of all, I just wanted to thank Daryl and his staff. While some of our commissioners were in Petaluma at the joint meeting, Commissioner Falcone, Commissioner Norton, and I were in San Clemente. We were there virtually watching the meeting and participating, but we also got to take a tour of that Lausanne corridor. And unless you are there and walk that, you have no idea the struggles that they have. What we saw was, you know, some of those mountains were coming down and no way to stop it. But even more importantly, there was no way to get equipment there in order to shore that up. It's right on the water, and there's no beach, so you can't bring your ships and boats in there. There's no road along the side to be able to bring in equipment. So what they have done has been miraculous so far. So we just wanted to commend them for ensuring the safety of the people of that area, and that our partnership certainly has been well spent in the work that you have done. So I wanted to make sure that you all knew that, and I know, I think Douglas has some of the pictures that maybe he can share at a later date with folks on what we witnessed. And then I just also wanted to add, yes, we did bring luck last night to the Angels. We were there. I think there were 4 or 5 home runs that was attributed to us, I'm pretty sure. And the Angels did win last night, right? So congratulations. And I also want to thank Commissioner Tiffany. I passed the baton to wear orange for Orange County today, so thank you so much. Yeah, tomorrow's somebody else's turn. Yeah.
Thank you. And State Senator Catherine Blakespear, with whom Tanisha, Justin, and I recently met, is leading a subcommittee on the Lausanne corridor, and we want to thank and recognize her work. Other commissioner comments? Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I want to thank again our Executive Director, Tanisha Taylor. It's an honor to serve with you, boss. Best in the business and backed by the best staff in the state. Not to stir up controversy, but with someone in a role, honored to serve for the Carpenters Union in my day job, so to speak, which is also a night job. Dealing with the state a lot. You set a great example. Our state would function better if all employees, I mean, no disrespect to any groups out there working for the state, but you guys set a standard that's unmatchable in my experience, as limited as it might be. What I wanted to say is that I also want to thank Chair Gardino and my fellow commissioners for setting a tone of engagement. You know, you heard about a lot of the stuff with the budget. Those are tough decisions. There's a push and pull around needed transportation, connectivity, job creation, housing, and stack it all up, and certainly the environment, equity, all of that together. And it's tough decisions have to be made. The money is what it is. I would be remiss not to recognize a fine group of working class folks here who build wealth every day in our state and make the time to be here today. I would like to call out the Carpenters and the Laborers Union and honor you and uplift you and in a public forum here for everyone to hear and see and recognize you for what you do. And for those who can't be here today because they're building the infrastructure we need, and for those who are also working around that, providing apprenticeship training, pre-apprenticeship and recruitment, particularly hyper-focused on and backed up by mentorship programs, diversity, inclusion, and equity, not as a slogan, but as something we live by. We believe all workers should rise here, and you are the finest in the state to set that example. And I wanted to recognize that, and thank you for being here. And I believe I have permission for this, and I'll wrap it up, Chair Gardino, because they'll tune me up if I didn't have permission later. But that, you know, the organizations here and the rank and file members here also stand with those in the state who are suffering the most, whether they carry a card in our organization or not, and they are welcome in our collective house, and I want to make that clear. So thank you again for your leadership. Thank you for the time.
Commissioner Bradshaw, thank you for all of your work on this dais, as well as in your day and night and weekend job. I believe next I saw Commissioner Falcone and past Chair Norton in that order. Commissioner Falcone?
Yes, good morning, everyone, and orange is absolutely the theme. So glad to be here in Orange County and seeing a sea of orange. And my fellow commissioners who have worn orange, I did not get the memo. I'm sorry. I just want to echo all of the sentiments that my colleagues have mentioned regarding the outstanding work that our commission staff and their partners have worked really diligently and make us look good up here on the dais. Sometimes we're not very graceful about it, but up here, but we hope to, you know, reflect in our decision making all the work that you all do. It was very sobering just touching on Executive Director Taylor's report on the memorial for our California Highway Patrol workers. I was very honored to attend that with her, and it's really a reminder that, you know, we really are all part of an important ecosystem in transportation, from the workers to those who engineer, to those who do the very artful cost estimations of our projects, to our wonderful staff that, you know, develop the guidelines and you know, absorb data and develop or review projects and bring folks together to review projects, and to those who maintain our highways and construct our highways, to those who have our partners actually with the administration and Caltrans. We're all part of this transportation ecosystem that really help this state move. And I've always said that what we do here is not for transportation's sake, but it's to ensure that our economy, yes, continues and it thrives, but to really embrace especially folks and communities that have been left behind traditionally in our decision-making in transportation. And so really warmed and heartened that we're really working very closely with our Equity Advisory Committee, and as they continue to refine their work, we look forward to, you know, working closely with them to, you know, do better in this state as it relates to our transportation. But I'm really heartened with all the work that again, staff has done. I also wanted a point of information. Many of you probably know that in San Diego, we have leadership changes happening in the region, in Sandag, and it's bittersweet announcement probably for Caltrans, the Caltrans family, that Mario Orsa, who is acting District 12 director and very long time District 11 engineer, is leaving Caltrans family, but not leaving too far away, and will be heading Sandag. And so we wish him really well, and look forward to his partnership. And you should probably hear from him when you all come down to San Diego in August. So looking forward to that and working with him. And thank you, Chair, for giving me a little bit of time.
Commissioner Falcone, thank you, and we look forward to visiting your beautiful city in August. I believe that past Chair Norton was next, and then Commissioner Cruz.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, part of CTC's leadership has not only been on infrastructure, but it's actually been on how we are going to move our freight network to zero emission. And that includes, EV and hydrogen and potentially a blend of the two. But the report that was done in December, SB 671, was one of the most important reports that's happened in the state. You don't get enough credit for it. It is really an important work in terms of how we're going to meet the goals and how we present the magnitude of what needs to be done. And it was an exceptional work to bring together the public sector and the private sector who continue to refer to this work, especially as the state received $1.2 billion of ARCH's money for hydrogen. I'm going to be speaking at the California Hydrogen Conference on May 29th in Los Angeles. It is a meeting to talk specifically about implementation, but this investment and the opportunity to improve the ability for our freight networks to become cleaner and to serve the community and to positively impact communities that have been suffering from air quality problems for decades. I just want to again recognize that CTC has been a leader in this conversation, and you don't get enough credit for it. I think it's really, really important that we continue to uplift the work that CTC has done to lay the groundwork for moving away from harmful emissions, and also talk about the impacts of the weight of these new vehicles and what that's going to mean to our road investments and infrastructure opportunities, and those jobs that will be part of the work that Jay is pointing out, Commissioner Bradshaw. That I just want to make sure that it's really clear to people that that work started here, and we have lots and lots of partners around the state, and CalSTA, has been a leader, and so has Caltrans. But that 671 report was such a fantastic exploration into what it will take and where we need to go. And I just think it's, again, important to highlight that, because this conversation started here. It's going to continue lots of other places, but there's a lot of work to be done, and I want to just thank you all for your leadership in making that happen.
Past Chair Norton, thank you. We're going to go to Commissioner Cruz and then Commissioner Tiffany.
I'll be brief. Thanks, Chair Guardino. And first, let me thank Orange County, both Chairman Nguyen and Darrell Johnson, for their hospitality today in accommodating our meeting. I'm always excited with the opportunity to sit on this commission and serve with my fellow commissioners to make really good decisions on behalf of all Californians. I first want to recognize we had two unfortunate deaths last week on SR 71 with two Caltrans workers who were part of a cleanup crew. So I want to recognize their commitment and also honor them. Maybe we can adjourn in memory tomorrow of those two workers who lost their lives. And I think that speaks to, our charge in improving safety on our state highway systems. We also have a responsibility to make decisions to improve our environment, but also to keep our state competitive. And that is a good segue, because I really enjoy and am excited to see a sea of orange from my brothers and sisters from the construction industry, from the carpenters, and from the laborers. It's decisions we make every single day as commissioners in our meetings, but also more importantly as we gather to create opportunities for the hardworking members of the construction industry, and especially the ones who showed up today, who took time out of their busy schedules to speak on certain items. But also want to thank folks who participate in general, both on the phone and in person. But my brothers and sisters from the LIUNA, thank you for doing what you do, and the carpenters. You risk your lives every single day on our state roads and highways. You put the state first by building new infrastructure in California, and we look forward to working with you. We look forward to hearing from you, and we look forward to making our state even greater than what it is. So thank you, guys.
Commissioner Cruz, thank you. And if it's okay with you, why don't we adjourn today in honor of the memory of those two and their families, and with Michael's help, if we can get their names. They were, we want to be able to, if they've been released publicly, we want to be able to honor them by name today. Thank you for sharing that sobering news. Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I just wanted to say that I'm the new commissioner here and appointed at the end of January by Speaker Robert Rivas. And I hail from the small county of San Benito, which is just south of San Jose, inland from Monterey. So I look forward to representing both the rural counties in California, the Central Coast, and state of California in general. I just wanted to mention how welcoming the entire commission and the CTC staff has been. It's really a pleasure to work with a very collegial group of men and women that are doing just a phenomenal job, but doing it in a way in what is often a very divisive time. Coming from a board of supervisors, which did not always work together all that smoothly during COVID and otherwise, just a pleasure to work with all of you in a, like I said, in a collegial manner. We may not always agree, but we certainly all, work together and look forward over these next days. This is just my second meeting, official meeting, so I appreciate that. And one aside, looking out on the orange, I must say that I'm a dyed-in-the-wool orange and black San Francisco Giants fan. So with all due respect, I appreciate that the mighty Dodgers allowed the Giants to win one game last night. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Tiffany, you're even braver than we thought you were. Wow, it's going to be fascinating to see him get out of here at lunchtime. But thank you, and we're honored that you've joined our commission family and for the work that you're already doing to contribute in this new way to our state. Do any of our other commissioner colleagues wish to comment before I do? Great. And again, I'll try to continue to go last because so often you cover things that I would cover, and I save more time that way, and I just think that's servant leadership anyway. So I will continue to try to model that as imperfectly as I do. I'd like to start, though, if I may, with a reminder that at a time that was alluded to by two of our commissioner colleagues, when our nation continues to be painfully and often unnecessarily divided and divisive, that we will be salmon swimming upstream in how we conduct ourselves on this dais with each other, our team, and with our stakeholders and residents of California, and we would encourage you to do the same. I made a decision long ago in my professional and personal life. Passion is great, and with that passion, I can be engaged or I can be enraged, and I would much rather be engaged. I feel better as a person and a professional, and by doing so, I don't shut others down because of them not feeling a safe space to be equally engaged. And I would just ask that we continue to do that, as we did at our March meeting, as we did with our friends and colleagues at our joint hearing with CARB and HCD, and as I believe we will do here in Orange County as well. We have important items on the agenda where, in a beautifully diverse state, we will not always see eye to eye, but we can be united on how we treat ourselves and how we treat others. I've asked in that regard for Doug and Justin to show, I think it's about a 45-second video from a series that the National Governors Association has made their theme this year called Disagree Better. Remember, it's not that we shouldn't disagree, we should, and with passion, but engaging, not enraging. This is a leader for whom I have great respect, Governor Wes Moore of Maryland, and one of the mayors in Maryland with whom they don't often see eye to eye, but again, they work with respect to each other. So please enjoy this video as we continue to set how we can best treat each other in California. Justin?
Hi, I'm Wes Moore, Democratic Governor of Maryland.
And I'm Jack Coburn, Republican Mayor of the town of Lonaconee.
Our different backgrounds and experiences mean we do a lot of things differently.
And that goes beyond just eating at different restaurants.
But we can have our differences without being divisive or hateful.
We can listen to the other side, ask questions, have important conversations.
Now don't get us wrong, differences matter. We wouldn't be Maryland without people from big cities and small towns, social justice warriors, talk show conspiracy nuts,
and everyone in between. We need them all.
So we're not asking everyone to vote for the same person, read the same news, or even agree on the big issues.
We're just saying there's a better way to disagree.
And who knows, in the end, we might not be as far apart as we thought.
Governor?
Don't mind if I do. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Together, we can disagree better.
I love that. We're just going to play that throughout the day, too. By a show of hands, if you feel that that is something that you believe is best for California and best for our proceedings, will you raise your hand and we'll make that commitment together? Great. And I'll end with this. When I turned 40 years old, right before the Civil War, when I turned 40 years old, a friend of mine brought a life-size cardboard cutout of me to the restaurant. And it was hilarious and fun, but it's a cardboard cutout. It was one-dimensional. And as people, aren't we three-dimensional? I look at this room today, and I grew up working my way through school as a very proud member. At the time, it was Carpenter's Local 1280. It became part of Carpenter's Local 316. So I have that background that I shared with my dad and two of my brothers proudly. And then for 24 years, I was CEO of a business organization of 350 innovation economy CEOs. So I had that cardboard cutout of a business leader. And then for 14 years, I was proud to serve on the board, executive board, and as an officer of the California League of Conservation Voters, now California Environmental Voters, and 6 years before that on the board and as an officer of the Santa Clara County League of Conservation Voters. So I have that background as well. And as we consider all the items today, where none of us are cardboard cutouts, because we all care about a healthy economy and a beautiful environment and prosperous cities and good communities. So let's remember as we speak with passion on all 138 agenda items that we can engage in a way where we can walk out of each day of these 2 days proud of what decisions we've made to improve our state. Sound good to you? Great. Thank you all. We're going to move forward then. to disagree better, and to be engaged. Our next item, I'm so delighted you traveled all the way down. Mark Tollefson, thank you. Mark is, I think you all know, Undersecretary for CalSTA. Please, and, oh, is there public comment on my public comment?
Chair, there's no request for public comment on that item.
Great, thank you. That's why we have our immediate past chair sitting right here with me, too. Yes, I appreciate that. Mark, welcome. And please give Secretary Omishakin our best.
Will do. Yeah, thank you, Chair Gardino. As mentioned, I'm Mark Tollefson. I'm the Undersecretary at the California Transportation Agency. Here on behalf of Secretary Omishakin, who sends his regards. I'm really excited to be sharing some updates from CalSTA. I know that we have a very full agenda, so I will try to be brief, but we do have a number of items that I do want to cover today from a CalSTA perspective. So if we could go to the next slide. So Executive Director Taylor already kind of spoke to this a little bit, but I still think it's worth mentioning. So as of last week, obviously the May revision came out Friday. You've been probably tracking very closely, but I think the cuts were a little deeper than we anticipated. But with a $50 billion plus deficit over a 2-year window, hard decisions had to be made. But I'd say that even amidst the challenging budget, there are some positives. Roughly 93% of the Governor's Historic Transportation Infrastructure Package was maintained. So really glad to see that. In dollar terms, that means we're maintaining nearly $15 billion in clean transportation investments. But given the current state of the general fund, there were some cuts that needed to be made. Executive Director Taylor had referenced a very challenging cut to the active transportation program, about $400 million on top of the $200 that was already proposed as part of the governor's budget. $75 million reduction to our Reconnecting Communities Highways to Boulevards program. A further reduction of $350 million to our grade separation program, as well as $148 million reduction to unawarded balances from our competitive bucket of the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, or TRRCP. So really challenging cuts, $973 million in total. But what I will say is that from a CalSTA perspective, we are committed to working with our partners, working with the legislature.
Mark. Get a little closer to the
Oh.
back, we're having trouble here.
Absolutely. Is that a little better? Okay, perfect. So with that, we are committed to working with our partners, working with the legislature, our federal counterparts on opportunities to fund some of those priority commitments that we had. So lots of discussions still to be had. On a positive note, I will say that there are no impacts to the SB 125 transit allocations that were provided through last year's budget. Go to the next slide. So I will kind of frame this up in the context of our core four, safety, equity, climate action, and economic prosperity. So on safety, that continues to be one of our top priorities here at CalSTA. It was already referenced by Commissioner Cruz. Unfortunately, last week, there was a death to one of our crew members, a subcontractor, who's working on a highway cleanup crew, 2 others injured. These were members who were actually working through a contractor called Chrysalis. They're a nonprofit organization that helps people prepare for and find jobs, specifically people facing barriers to employment, including those recently incarcerated and those who are formerly homeless. So really sad to hear about that. Actually, in April, there was another devastating loss. One more Caltrans contractor. This contractor was working on a project on SR 84 in Alameda County. And then outside of CalSTA, but within our law enforcement family, there were several recent deaths. So Oakland Police Officer Jordan Wingate, Los Angeles Sheriff Deputies Jonathan Stewart, and Alfredo Freddy Flores. So our deepest sympathies go out to the families of the fallen. And this is just a reminder of the unpredictable nature of the work that all of you do, the higher risk in these roles, and it really requires that commitment and selflessness to be out there on the road. On the slides here, you will see a couple pictures, one from the Caltrans Worker Memorial that was referenced earlier, as well as the CHP Officers Memorial. So this is a place where we are able to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice. 193 lost since 1921 at Caltrans, and another 232 CHP officers lost since 1929. Also on the slide, you will see a picture right in the middle of a launch of our Go Safely PCH campaign. This is one that I know a number of commissioners, Chair Gardino, you've been very involved in. So on May 8th, we formally launched that campaign in Malibu. Since 2020, 59 people have been killed on this stretch of road. But I will say that in addition to the campaign, to really get that awareness out for people to just slow down, travel safely, we have increased law enforcement presence, an additional 3 CHP officers, as well as Caltrans investing over $4 million to do safety upgrades throughout that corridor. One other item that I did want to highlight, this is more of a public service announcement than anything else, but with respect to Takata airbags. So more than 700,000 vehicles registered in California are fitted with effective Takata airbags, despite multiple attempts to notify owners of the recall and the dangers. So just this week, on May 13th and May 14th in Roseville and Los Angeles, we held public events to spread the word about Takata. And I will just say that having a recalled Takata airbag is essentially like having a loaded weapon in your car. One that can be discharged really at any time. So one thing that I did want to just share out with the group here, just please share the importance of going to checktoprotect.org. That is checktoprotect.org to find out if your vehicle has any recalls. And then one other issue on the safety front that I did want to highlight, and you probably heard some of the announcements, and this comes out of the governor's executive order as well. But we are really focused on pursuing some things in the generative artificial intelligence space. So there was an announcement recently between Caltrans, the Department of Technology, and the Department of General Services with our external partners to launch proof of concepts, which Caltrans actually has 2 of them. The 2 pilots are underway related to vulnerable road user safety, as well as traffic mobility insights. So really excited to see how those progress. Let's go ahead and go to our next slide. So on the climate front, and I talked about this a little bit in yesterday's Equity Advisory Committee meeting, we continue to make great progress on CAPTI, which is our Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. Of the 34 action items in the initial CAPTI, all but 1 are now complete. The last item should be finalized by June 30th of this year. So we made great progress. We really want to continue that momentum, and we are looking to start that next set of recommendations as we move forward. So to that end, we held 4 listening sessions earlier this month. We held 1 in Los Angeles, 1 in Oakland in the Bay Area, and then 2 virtual sessions. Many of you in this room likely participated. We had nearly 300 participants in those discussions, which is great. But we do want to hear from you. So I would encourage everyone to give us your best and brightest ideas. And you can also send those to us through our CAPTI email address. So that is capti@calsta.ca.gov, capti@calsta.ca.gov. And then as we're talking about CAPTI, and one of these, one item that just comes to mind, and I'm going to go a little bit off script here, and Chair Gardino, hopefully you're comfortable with me doing this, but it is the case where I do kind of want to agree to disagree here. So I did see, and I wrote this down earlier today, there was an article from the SAC-B that came out that just was really frustrating to me. So it was an opinion piece, and the headline was, "As he heads to the Vatican, Governor Newsom is failing on climate change." Failing on climate change. Failing. This governor. And it just was really frustrating for me to hear that, because to me, nothing can be more unfair or untrue. I just talked about the budget. $15 billion still sustained in clean transportation. As we think about CAPTI, VMT generated from CAPTI programs is now 1/5 of what it was prior to CAPTI. So a lot of progress. Again, we're not completely there, but just really frustrated by some of that sentiment. And that doesn't even get into the governor's record on ZEV's clean vehicle standards. natural working lands. You know, we could go on forever. So I did want to just at least make that point here. I know that there's going to be a lot of robust discussion later on today. I do think that, you know, oftentimes when you think about projects, sometimes those do, you know, while they might not be perfect, there are a lot of benefits, and that does set the stage for changes in the future. So I did want to just kind of pause there to do that aside, because, you know, I'd say from the governor's perspective, from the CalSA perspective, from the Caltrans perspective, you know, we have a lot of work to do, but I wouldn't say that we are failing. So we can go to the next slide. So on equity, and I will go really quickly, and I know I promised to be brief here, but we, you know, talked about a number of these issues actually in our Equity Advisory Committee meeting yesterday. So actually, I will go ahead and kind of move to the next slide, if you don't mind. And then economic prosperity. So Executive Director Taylor brought this up already, but the Brightline groundbreaking in Las Vegas, a great example of another, you know, kind of economic generator that's going to help us with our climate goals. This goes along with our high-speed rail project that continues to make momentum in the Central Valley. Again, one of our biggest, you know, kind of climate focused projects in the state. In addition to that, we had $1.2 billion through our Port and Freight Infrastructure Program. And here, showing that, you know, federal funding of nearly $15 million for port improvements. We did get a recent set of awards from the federal government, again, showing how our state investments are able to leverage additional federal funds. So with that, promise to be brief, so I will wrap up, and happy to turn it back to you, Chair Gardino.
If I may quickly comment on two items of your really excellent remarks, Undersecretary Tolleson. First, thank you for the update on the Pacific Coast Highway. 59 human lives lost since 2020. I'm so appreciative of the Secretary's focus, of Director Tavares' focus, of District 7 Director Gloria Roberts' focus on this, and of course our CTCT. So thank you. And I would just call out LA County Board Chair Lindsay Horvath and Assembly Member Jackie Irwin and State Senator Ben Allen for their dedication to those improvements as well. Thank you. We need to keep that front and center to address it, and you continue to do that and model that. And on your comments, unscripted, my unscripted response, I've had the honor of knowing this governor for 28 years and to working with him on a lot of issues throughout our Bay Area region where we first met in our state, and his commitment to a quality environment and to climate change improvements is almost unsurpassed in public life. So thank you for speaking out from your heart on that as well. I want to find out if anyone on the dais has questions or comments for you, and then, of course, if Justin has any public comments as well. Shall we start on the dais? Past Chair Eager?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question. Will there be any more CAPTI listening sessions?
So at this point, we had set the 4 CAPTI listening sessions. I think there's an opportunity to do more. We plan to spend the next several months really kind of taking in the feedback that we received, start to build the next set of recommendations. Our goal is to kind of have that draft developed in the late summer, early fall. So there's definitely a lot of time for us to continue engagement. But in terms of formal listening sessions, still TBD.
I'm going to be a broken record here. If you could add one to the Central Valley, that would be helpful, because having people come in person is completely different. Yeah, right? Completely different than calling in. So we would appreciate a meeting in the Central Valley if you can fit that in there.
Yeah, and I will, yes, thank you for that. And I will say that as we originally sent out our invites, we did have one in the Central Valley, actually in the Fresno area. Unfortunately, we had only a handful of attendees, or I guess people who signed on to be, in person. a number of individuals did opt for the online options, but definitely something we can consider. Definitely want to be mindful of that. Absolutely.
Thank you. We have past Chair Norton and Commissioner Tiffany.
I just wanted to share your frustration about the statements about the governor and his achievements in the environment and clean air and safety with our infrastructure. And his speech at the Vatican today and the work that he's been doing tirelessly is so important. And I think California has been seen as a nation state in terms of its leadership in the environment and sustainability. And I was wondering what the response is going to be and how we can help, letters to the editor and other things, because I think that take on our milestones is just wrong. And we didn't get $1.2 billion for arches. We didn't get all these other things for nothing. It's because the state has been a leader in the nation and really in the world. When Trump did not sign the Paris Accords, California did. I think there's just so much more that we can be doing, and if there's any way that we can help spread that message, if there are other talking points you would like us to have, we would like to make sure that is clear to everyone, that this administration continues to lead and is supported by the CTC and all of the other agencies in executing a vision that has been the envy of the world.
Well said, past Chair Norton. Commissioner Tiffany, and then our Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. A comment and then a quick question for the Undersecretary. First of all, I appreciate your comment about the leadership in climate change by the governor. And I just wanted to comment that in a state as diverse as we are, often there has to be balances of different challenges that we have, whether it be climate change or housing, and in some of these challenges, they compete with each other, frankly, and there's no easy or clear direction on any of them. And I think coming from my background, which is primarily business, I believe strongly in compromise and balancing and to move forward. And I think that I think we need to recognize in general and in decisions that we make as a commission that we often have to walk that line in balancing the different goals we have while maintaining a goal of environmental dealing with the environment and social equity. So anyway, thank you for your comments. Just a question, do you anticipate any changes? I know this may be a hard question to answer, but any changes between now and when the budget is finalized in some of these difficult areas like alternative transportation? Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Tiffany, appreciate the question there. I think there's going to be lots of conversation with the legislature, between now and mid-June. So I would anticipate that there likely will be some changes based on that conversation. But again, challenging budget leads to some challenging decisions. So we just don't know at this point.
Executive Director Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Thank you, Undersecretary Tollefson. One thing that I did want to remind us is, as we're having these conversations, as we're talking about how Governor Newsom and the people really around this room that are our team are implementing climate change and moving us in the right direction, that one, we are a national leader on climate change. Other states are following us and the things that we are doing. My team is being reached out to by other states to have those conversations. And so the weight of California is unmatched and outmatched in our size and our strength of influencing national level policy. The other thing I want to mention is that just to remind this commission, and I mentioned it in one of my executive director reports a couple of meetings ago, is that some of our partners in the environmental space, the Natural Resources Defense Council has highlighted California as #1 in the nation on climate change policy. And I don't want that to be lost as we're having discussions about how we continue to push forward on transportation. We are moving in the right direction. We will always have more to go because we are always reinventing ourselves and finding out, hey, here's an idea that's better, here's an idea that's better, and that's how democracy works. And I think that's an important thing that I don't want to be lost in the conversation.
Director Taylor, thank you. Any other comments on the dais or questions? Seeing none, Justin, do we have anyone in the room or online who would like to speak to this item?
No, we have not received any requests to comment on this item. Thank you.
Great. Undersecretary Tolleson, thanks again for joining us. Let's move on to agenda item 9 with Caltrans Chief Deputy Director Mike Keeper.
Thank you, Chair Guardino, and my pleasure to be here. Before I get to my slides, I did want to share some relatively recent good news. So Governor Newsom announced on Tuesday that with a whole lot of work that's been going on day and night, Highway 1 at Rocky Creek, right? So that's the chunk of Highway 1 that fell 100 so feet down into the ocean. And so there's a lot of credit to be shared, but this is a great example of what can be done working together. So between local, state government, our federal partners, law enforcement, emergency services, the contractor, Tykert and Drill Tech, and then some amazing work. If you've seen some of the pictures, it's too bad I don't have a slide, but the work that they're doing to pin back basically the edge of the continent so that we can reopen that highway. But that highway, in lieu of the convoys, escorted convoys that we've been doing once in the morning and once in the evening, we'll have one-way signalization will open tomorrow morning at 6:30, many days ahead of schedule. So just, again, a testament to people working together, a testament to the skill of the people that do this work. There's a lot to be proud of, and looking forward to doing that. From there, the more permanent solution will be built, but that area, of course, we talk about the economy and the importance of transportation. The people there really depend on this, and so we're glad to be able to pin that back together. So thank you. The next slide, please. So it was mentioned earlier, so Mario Orso was the acting District 12 director, and Mario is now moved on to Sandag, so we'll look forward to working with him. The new director in District 12 here in Orange County is Lan Zhao, and Lan has spent the last 11 years as the Planning and Local Assistance Deputy here under former Director Ryan Chamberlain. And she started her career in maintenance and toll bridge engineering. So Lan has a fantastic experience between her planning background, engineering background, maintenance background, and is a fantastic leader. So we're very happy to have her in this role.
Is she with us today?
So unfortunately, timing, a year ago, she and her family paid for and planned a vacation abroad. So unfortunately, she is not here today and missed out on us being in her home area and having this announcement. So,
well, if that was more important to her.
She did send her regards, so thank you. Next slide, please. So on climate investments, one area I just wanted to highlight here. So the federal program, the PROTECT program. So this is a competitive program. So the Cycle 1 awards, these are just examples of ways in which we're investing with wildfire evacuation routes, flooding, emergency communication, and trying to create resilience. And these awards went for planning and capital projects to state, tribal, regional, and local partners. So I'm not going to go through the list for brevity, but
these are great investments. As I mentioned the challenges. We heard about Lausanne earlier, the challenges that we're facing, with climate change and the impacts to our transportation system. Next slide, please. So Caltrans, with our People First outlook, and we talked about this at the Equity Advisory Committee meeting yesterday. We want to go deeper. We want to have a greater true engagement with the communities that we serve. So one thing that we're starting is there is a pilot with a Caltrans engagement portal. And we're going to start with 18 projects that we'll be doing over the next year. And we're hoping we're going to learn from it, but we're going to simplify the way that the public can provide public comment to us, expand the breadth in which we can get that public comment, and that improve the way that those comments come through the project development process, all the way from the planning phase, design, construction, and then all the way through the life of the project. So more to come as that pilot proceeds. Next slide, please. And then on PCH, and we talked about PCH. And so Commissioner Guardino, I emailed you, I believe it was the day before yesterday. Unfortunately, another fatality on PCH a couple of days ago. A lot of work going on there. This one does not appear to be, it wasn't speed or neglect, but perhaps a medical emergency. Nonetheless, another fatality in this area. So Undersecretary Tollefson, talked about the recent kickoff of the Go Safely campaign with the billboards that are going out, reminding people to slow down, the enforcement, City of Malibu, 3 dedicated CHP officers to patrol that area, to try to change the behaviors there. District 7, they're doing a lot of work right now. So there, as we've talked about before, there's an immediate, a medium, and a long-term plan all going on at the same time. So some of this, the very immediate, we're getting that crosswalk striping in, speed limit and curve warning signs, lane separators are being put up. Pedestrian countdown signals should arrive in mid-April, and then those will be installed. And then this summer, Caltrans will start stakeholder engagement activities and community outreach to begin the visioning for the PCH master plan. So that is that longer term. How do we reinvent this stretch, and how do we want it to achieve the multiple objectives of this, and able to do that safely for all the users in that area? And so we're looking forward to working together on that. And we'll continue to provide updates as we progress in this area. Next slide, please. I also wanted to mention, we're making safety improvements throughout the state. So I just wanted to mention a couple of other examples of that. So responding to a fatality in Reading on State Route 273, there's a narrow railroad crossing that's known as the Mouse Hole. It's an area of concern. There's no shoulder there. There was no shoulder. And so that created a barrier for bike and ped movements in that area. After discussions with the community, one of the lanes was rededicated to being a bike and ped facility instead. And you can see that on the slide with the delineators to separate the traffic, the vehicle traffic from the bicyclists. And then this has been extended locally to Buenaventura Boulevard. There will be some additional lighting provided as well as just another investment. So some of these things take time. Some of these are more the quick builds. We're trying to take advantage of every opportunity that we can to make these safety investments. And then next slide, please. So work zone safety. So thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for mentioning, member of our litter cleanup crews. So as mentioned, this is our Special People Program. This is Chrysalis, who, trying to find opportunities for people that mentioned may have been homeless or previously incarcerated, and they were doing litter cleanup, and a box truck left the highway, and they were down the slope, and unfortunately injuries and a fatality there. Part of what we're trying to do, because of the nature of the work, is seeking opportunities for positive protection for people. So we have our attenuator trucks. We try to create shadow, but we're looking for every opportunity. So one, and we've come to the commission. I thank the commission because you have made this investment. So the mobile barrier system that we're using on State Route 87 in San Jose. So this protects not just the Caltrans people, but the contractors working behind this mobile barrier system. And I do believe Tim Sobelman went out to see this system in place as well. But this system, we do believe, protected people. There was a drunk driver that struck this system that would have gone into the work zone, and we're going to continue to do everything we can, all the tools that we can, in order to protect the people that are doing this vital work. Also, as mentioned by Undersecretary Tullison, we also had a contractor Bay Cities employee who unfortunately a truck driver that died last month as well. So again, very cognizant. There was we've had safety stand downs after these events. What can we do? Remind everybody. And again, I want to express my appreciation to this commission for the investments that you're making to try to keep people safe that are out there. Next slide, please. And it was earlier mentioned by several people here. The Caltrans held its Workers' Memorial. We hold this every May, and I want to, as an employee highlight, I want to mention Kara Dillon. So Kara is an equipment operator in San Diego's District 11. And she is also one of the newest and currently the only female member of our Caltrans Honor Guard. And you can see a picture of Director Tavares in the upper right, shaking hands with Kara. She spoke at the Workers' Memorial, and so her grandfather is one of the cones. Right, the 193, and so she talked about that, and so she joined the Honor Guard to honor her grandfather. So she works for Caltrans, proud of that legacy, and she joined the Guard to honor him. And so she's a proud employee of Caltrans, helping us to do what we do. We're very proud to have Kara as part of the family, and just appreciate what she does, but very inspirational having her speak. And so that's, wanted to cap off my remarks with talking about that. Thank you very much.
That was excellent. Thank you. I'm going to go first to the dais to see if there are questions or comments for you, and then we will also go to see if there are public comments on the dais. Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chief, or Chief Deputy Director Keever for your rather sobering update. And it's a reminder that we have to put safety on the top of our priority as we review projects and invest in our system. And so we're very heartened by the loss. One loss on our system is too much. I would like to say that, when I've observed, at least in District 11, and it seems like it's statewide, that there has been heightened protocols as it relates to worker safety, but it seems like that's not even enough. And I would be interested, and hopefully my colleagues as well, is what else can we do? You're doing public service announcements. We're looking at projects. We talk about safety. It's one of your, core priorities. What else can we do? And this is one of those issues that gets brought up almost every commission, and it seems like we're not, it's like one step ahead and two steps back. And so, we're here to partner with you on that because we ride and work on these highways, and we don't want to hear that we've lost another life or even, injury. Ensuring that the system is safe and travel, friendly for our drivers and our workers. So thank you for continuing to bring that up, and it reminds us of our work on the commission that we really need to be mindful that, that needs to be a top priority. So thank you.
Commissioner Falcone, thank you. Commissioner Cruz?
Just real quick, I want to thank and commend Caltrans and CalSTA in their efforts to improve highway safety. In my day job, representing the men and women of LIUNA who spend most of their time on our state highways, my priority is to improve safety for them and for the traveling public. But what we're seeing more often than not is speed and texting and distracted driving, especially in the active construction zones. SB 1 has been great as far as creating opportunities, but it's also been, in a lot of places, has escalated that level of danger, especially at night. So we're committed. I know as a commission, I'm committed as a person who represents folks who work in the construction zone to improving safety. We have a few ideas to do that. I'm sure you do. So we look forward to a collaboration moving forward and coming up with some new ideas, new technologies that can address the safety issue moving forward.
Seeing no other mics on the dais, if I may, just two quick comments. One, is Gloria Roberts here from District 7 so that we can thank and recognize her, or is she on vacation with her colleague? There she is. Gloria, thank you. I just wanted to call you out. Feel free to, I think that's half a mile walking from the front to the back for anyone trying to get their steps in today. If you wanted to comment as well, really appreciate the work that you and your team are doing on PCH.
So, good morning, Chair Guardiano, Commissioners, Director Taylor, Undersecretary Tolbeson, and Chief Deputy Keever. I do appreciate all of the support and attention. Obviously, safety is our number one priority. The lives of the people that live and work on our highways and along the communities are our utmost priority. And so as you can see from all of the work from our director's orders, it is making a difference. And again, not just with the engineering, but with our sister agencies, with the California Highway Patrol, to increase the enforcement. They're out there doing enforcement, and unfortunately, every week, the number of citations that they're issuing is mostly still due to speeding. And so, to Commissioner Falcone's point, a lot of the education still needs to happen. But as you've also pointed out, with PCH, we have the cross levels of government all involved, from state level with our legislators, Senator Allen, Assemblyman Irwin, at the county level with Supervisor Horvath, and then obviously Mayor Irving of the city of Malibu, and their support and just commitment, as well as their public safety committee, to have their input into what it is that they want their communities to look like. And that's why we have the long-term kind of outlook as how we reimagine what PCH will look like in Malibu, but also taking this approach, as Chief Deputy Keever referenced, in other parts of the state where we've had incidents or incidences of high, incidents of crashes and accidents, that we take that holistic approach, the corridor approach, as to what we can do proactively, because the measurement of safety is really zero incidents. So it's kind of counterintuitive, right? We want nothing to happen in order to have a safe system. So that is what we're striving for, and I do thank the commissioners for their attention and investment.
Great. Director Roberts, don't go away yet. Again, thank you. Chief Deputy Keever, thank you, and please thank Tony for us as well. If I may, though, Topanga Canyon,
yes.
Because if we learned one thing in transportation work, we're jugglers, and we do lots of things at once. How's it coming on Topanga Canyon?
It's coming. Our geologists were able to do their review and mapping of the slide area, and so they've developed a solution, which is, and please, Chief Deputy, I may have you jump in if I'm getting the technical terms incorrect. But our solution is basically to grade the hillside to prevent future rocks and to remove the large rocks and boulders that are still at threat of coming down into the side of the road. And so we have a geologist that's monitoring the work of our contractor, which is Flow Engineering. And just on a side note, they are a small business, women-owned business that's part of the Caltrans Mentor Protege program. And so they are actually a protege working to develop additional opportunities. And so they are working at all hours to really work on just clearing, right now working on grading it so that the contractors, we can have equipment out there to start removing the rocks and then be able to clear the roadway to make it safe for travel.
Excellent. Thank you. Anything that you'd like to add to that, Chief Deputy? Great. She did. I would concur. And that's another one that LA County Board Chair Lindsay Horvath has been deeply engaged and interested in as well. So thank you for your team's constant communication with her team.
No, absolutely. And we thank the county's partnership on this effort as well.
Excellent. Good. And don't go too far away because Justin's leaning in. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Not to build too much anticipation, but we do not have any public comment.
Oh, you were just messing with me. That was a head fake, and it was well done. Good. Thank you. All right, we'll keep moving then. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move on to agenda item 10 and the opportunity to hear from our FHWA California Division Administrator. It's exciting to see that acting was dropped off because the Academy Awards have already passed, so she's no longer acting. She is the Division Administrator. And I believe Alyssa is joining us online today. Yes, there she is.
I'm online.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much, Chair Guardino, commissioners. I am sorry that I'm not able to join you in Orange County today, but thank you for the opportunity to join you virtually from Washington, D.C., where as part of my new role, I get to get together with our leadership from around the country and in our headquarters to tackle the top priorities of FHWA. And so looking at this agenda for today and listening to the updates so far, I'm realizing how closely aligned our priorities are with the state agencies, whether it be safety, climate, equity, economic development. So I'm really so pleased for the opportunity to continue partnering with you all and in this new role. So Thank you. So one of the main topics of our discussions here in headquarters this week was certainly implementing grants funded through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or BILL. So I'm going to start off my update with some funding and grant opportunities information. So for fiscal year 2024, all of the funding notices have been issued, and seeing all of the obligations of funding for projects ramping up as we are well into the fiscal year. One of our upcoming activities will be preparing for the August redistribution process, which, as I've mentioned previously, we are anticipating a large amount for the states in additional obligation authority. We are anticipating that we will receive in the division offices the notice and the call for states to tell us how much additional obligation authority that you can all utilize this fiscal year. We're anticipating that in this month, so maybe in the next week or so. So FHWA will continue to work with Caltrans and local agencies to best position the state to take full advantage of the additional funding and obligate their share of the obligation authority. In terms of recent grant awards, I just wanted to highlight two new programs under BILL, where we've had recent announcements. On April 24th, FHWA announced $148 million in grants to 11 states and Puerto Rico under the first round of the Reduction of Truck Emissions at Port Facilities program, which is a program to improve air quality and reduce pollution for truck drivers, port workers, and families that live in communities surrounding ports. And California received almost $50 million for 4 projects under this program, and the ports of Long Beach, Oakland, and Los Angeles will receive funding to replace diesel and gas-powered trucks and shuttle buses with zero-emission technologies, electric trucks, and EV chargers. And I did want to mention this program is part of the Justice 40 initiative, which advances the administration's commitment to environmental justice. And so I did want to mention that award program. And then I will also highlight one of our key programs to address climate change. That is the Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation, and we call it PROTECT to shorten the name. And that award was just announced for $829.6 million to 80 recipients to address the climate crisis by improving the resilience of our transportation system. And California, demonstrating the state's leadership in this area, received 6 awards totaling approximately $58 million. One more announcement on awards to look out for: Safe Streets for All. The next round of planning and demonstration grants are anticipated to be announced very soon. And we also had a kickoff meeting for recipients, over about 100 recipients from the last round of Safe Streets for All. And I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Caltrans for their participation and partnership in assisting our local, regional, and tribal agencies in applying for and delivering this important safety program. In terms of upcoming notices of opportunity and open opportunities at the moment, we have 8 open NOFOs totaling $5 billion of funding that is available through a competitive process. And there are 7 additional NOFOs in development, so stay tuned over the coming weeks and months. I will highlight one of the programs that's new and just demonstrates how far-reaching our transportation programs are. And this new program is called the Pollinator Friendly Practices on Roadsides and Highway Rights-of-Way program, or the Roadside Pollinator program. And this program is brand new, just was appropriated $3 million. Not a lot of money, but a very exciting new program for applications from state DOTs, tribes, or federal land management agencies to carry out activities that benefit pollinators on roadsides and highway rights of way that are eligible for federal aid. So exciting, many exciting opportunities for all different areas of transportation, and those applications are due June 18th. Please do continue to check the FHWA and DOT websites, our bill websites for funding opportunities and resources for applicants. Also a shout out to the Caltrans IIJ biweekly newsletter, the great summary of all the programs and grant opportunities there. So shout out for that. Just a few more pieces of information to share with you. You may have seen, if you are subscribed to the Federal Register updates, you may have seen quite a few rulemakings coming out of USDOT as we're updating some of our regulations. One of the biggest updates we just had on April 9th was a final rule issued modernizing the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program and those regulations. And as I'm sure many of you are familiar, these congressionally mandated programs were created over 40 years ago to address and remedy the continuing effects of past discrimination against small businesses owned and controlled by minorities, women, and other socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. And so the major objectives of this final rule include modernizing existing principles to improve provisions for the benefit of program participants, reduce burdens on firms and recipients, grow firm capacity and owner wealth, and improve program integrity, visibility, and data collected by the USDOT. So we'll continue to work with Caltrans and our partners on implementing this final rule that will be effective going forward. And then a final update is a congratulations to Caltrans for being recognized for their Fish Passage program as a recipient of a 2024 FHWA Environmental Excellence Award. This award recognizes the exemplary achievements of Caltrans and its partners who make outstanding contributions to environmental stewardship and partners above and beyond the additional transportation project outcomes. So the Caltrans and the other recipients will be recognized at an award ceremony on June 5th. And I wanted to thank Caltrans for your ongoing commitment to environmental stewardship. And that concludes my report for today. Thank you.
Administrator Cano, thank you, and we wish you safe and successful travels back home after your DC excursion. And to celebrate that award of Caltrans, we are actually going to go out for fish and chips for lunch.
Perfect.
Too soon? Not good. Okay, we're gonna skip that. Yes. Okay. Are there speakers, Justin, on this item?
We did not receive any request to comment on the item. Thank you.
Excellent. I thought I'd mix it up there. Anything from the dais? Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate it. Let's move on then to our regional agencies moderator. I believe Rich Murphy is in the room. Yes, there's Rich. Rich, welcome.
Morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, the regional agencies did meet yesterday here, conflicting with the EAC meeting. And I wish that wouldn't have been the case. Of course, EAC members are always welcome to our RTPA group member meetings, and we'll work on the conflict of timing another time down the road. But I do want to acknowledge that time is a precious commodity, and I will try to be brief with my remarks, and I assure you that I will. I do want to give a shout out to our LoSAN partner. I had a bit of a mini vacation in that I rode the train from San Luis Obispo down here to Anaheim, and boy, wasn't that a treat. It truly was. Did arrive here at the Arctic Center and was blown away by what I came into there, but the 120-foot glass wall. But Commissioner Tiffany, I was reminded at that point in time as I looked to my left, and there was the Anaheim Angels Stadium, that in 2002 that they did beat us in Game 7, and that was a crushing World Series. But we'll move on to a quick update.
Time and therapy will help you.
So to get into a couple of remarks with respect to our working group meeting yesterday, of course, we wanted to give more time to Division Local Assistance in that we're very cognizant of the issues associated with project delivery and federal funding at this stage of the federal fiscal year. We had a great update from Dee Lamb's team, and the issues were clearly identified. We have a clear marker with respect to our delivery ability from pacing similar to last year at about 26% this time of year. We'd like to see it higher, but it's an all-hands-on-deck situation where we will, in fact, work together to ensure that any kind of obstacles or roadblocks are addressed, and that we do get to a position of making certain that the state of California is well positioned for August redistribution. So our commitment is there from the regional agencies to work closely with the Division of Local Assistance and our district LA team to do so. Of course, I wanted to also bring forward the conversation that is likely going to be on the forefront as you hear from Keith Duncan and others with respect to the budget and the May revise. We heard from the Undersecretary a nice summary on that. The ATP program is clearly near and dear to the local partners that we have, as well as the communities that we serve. And it's a bit of a gut punch, acknowledging that this is where we stand in terms of addressing modal shift issues this particular year. However, we are and will be still working with our legislative delegations, as well as through our community partnerships, to see what we can do before the ink dries on this topic. You're going to hear from the Commission on the 2023 Active Transportation Benefits Report, which clearly outlines the value of this program. And it's tough going back and sharing with those community members that we've been so actively involved with developing these grant applications, engaging in public meetings, bringing the scoping of these opportunities that serve all communities across the state, that their efforts may or may not be handled this particular fund cycle. So I'm hoping that there's still a window of opportunity. We're all hoping there's still a window of opportunity to still see what we can do to the ATP Cycle 7 move forward. We clearly had great conversation with respect to the rest of the agenda, and I appreciate the CTC staff being present and available to go through those topics. We passed the gavel to our next vice chair for the RTPA group. We nominated your very own OCTA, Louis Zhao, and he'll be part of the dynamic duo with Carl Anderson from MTC when they take over leadership. A younger generation of talent that will keep everyone's needs in mind. And on that note, I just also want to give a quick little shout out to Dawn Batiste, who is in my peer group with respect to baby boomers and such, but she's retiring and June 14th, and really want to thank her for all her service that she provided the RTPA group over the years. And we do have her Gmail account. She's offered to mentor as needed. And with that note, I just want to thank you for having us, and we're here to answer and work with you and answer questions, work with you as much as we're able to. Thank you so much, Carl.
Don't go away in case there are questions. First from the dais. Questions of Rich Murphy?
No questions, but thank you, Rich, for highlighting Dawn Batiste. She's actually been kind of a mentor to me when I joined the commission. If anybody wants to get to the nitty-gritty of financing regional projects, she is a whiz. And so we wish her well in her retirement, and thank her for all the work she's done on behalf of the regions and particularly Sandag. So thank you for highlighting her.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Anyone in the room or online that would like to speak to this item?
Yes, we did receive one written comment from this item. It comes from Yvonne Garcia of BCAG. Major concern is the proposed cuts to the ATP, especially to the rurals and those of us who use the ATP and rely on these types of projects for the sustainability, community strategy, and meeting greenhouse targets with the ARB. Proposed cuts would essentially eliminate the Cycle 7 program. Thank you. And that concludes all comments received for the item.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that perspective as well. It's important. Rich, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's move on to item 12, our Rural Counties Task Force Chair, Nephili Barrett. And I believe you're virtual today, correct? Yes, there you are on the screen.
Yes. All right, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nephili Barrett, Chair of the Rural Counties Task Force and Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. So let me start by thanking CTC Commissioners and staff for coming up to Mendocino County in April for our town hall meeting. We really appreciate having everyone there to learn about our local issues, projects, and progress. And I want to especially thank Doug Remedios, Laura Pennebaker, Bridget Driller, and Destiny Preston for all the support that they provided in preparing for that meeting. It was very helpful. The Rural Counties Task Force, which represents California's 26 rural regional transportation planning agencies or local transportation commissions, met last Friday, May 10th. At that meeting, we discussed and received reports from Caltrans and CTC staff on a wide range of issues. One issue that the group discussed was proposing projects to Caltrans to undergo scoring pursuant to the Caltrans System Investment Strategy so that we can see examples of how projects in our rural areas perform using the new CAPDI alignment metrics. Caltrans has agreed to score 2 projects proposed by the group. We'll be submitting these projects soon and look forward to seeing the results. We also received a report on the update to the SHOP guidelines currently underway. One of the topics regarding the guidelines that was discussed most by the group is the importance of partnering on projects in the SHOP. The efficiencies provided by partnering allow rural agencies with limited funding to stretch their dollars further and provide better projects to the traveling public. So thank you to John Prey for that report. We'll definitely be following along through that update process. And of course, we received an update on the state budget. Our CTF members were concerned to hear of the significant cuts to the active transportation program proposed in the May revise that could affect Cycle 7 or even approved projects from Cycle 6. Agencies all over California, including rural agencies, are counting on Cycle 6 funds to deliver critical projects to promote active transportation and improve safety for vulnerable users. And we're currently in the midst of the very involved task of preparing applications for Cycle 7, which are due next month. ATP-funded projects enable rural agencies to not only benefit residents of and visitors to our regions, but also to contribute to state goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lower VMT, and address climate change. We understand that if the drastic cut to the program remains in the budget, staff will have to take measures to address the reduction, but we hope that the funds can be preserved. As always, we appreciate CTC and Caltrans staff for their efforts meeting with the RCTF and engaging rural agencies. And before I wrap up, I want to follow up on something from my last report. At the last meeting, I shared some data from a presentation to the RCTF on the Strategic Highway Safety Plan implementation. Specifically, I noted that between 2012 and 2021, 38% of fatal and serious injury crashes occurred on rural roadways, but only 19% of daily VMT happened on those roads. To follow up, I've sent some additional data from the SHSP dashboard to staff, but I wanted to share one significant piece of data with all of you. When comparing SHSP challenge areas that were factors in serious injury or fatal crashes in the 26 rural counties compared to the rest of the state, the most significant difference was lane departure as a factor, which was 68% for RCTF counties and 40% for the rest of the counties in the state. The more rural you get, the bigger the difference becomes. When looking at the 15 counties with the lowest population, lane departure is a factor in 78% of those crashes. So that was something that stood out to me, so I wanted to share that with all of you. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Nephili, thank you for joining us virtually. Any questions or comments on the dais? Seeing none on the dais, Justin?
We did not receive any request to comment on the item. Thank you.
Great. Nephili, thank you again. Our next item 13 is withdrawn. Keith Dunn is doing the Lord's work at, I believe, an Appropriations Committee hearing in Sacramento, trying to make sure that we fight for transportation funding that we all appreciate. So Keith, we wish you well, and we look forward to hearing from you in Monterey at our next hearing. We are going on, I assume, Justin, when an item's withdrawn, we don't look for public comment. Great, thank you. And Douglas is the ventriloquist for Justin on that. That was quite impressive. We're going on to item 14, equity initiatives. Yes. We are going to take a bio break. There should be cheers from the audience for that. Why don't we, can we make that 15 minutes? Because there's a lot of folks and probably not that much restroom. So it's 11:05. We're going to take that to 11:20. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there was but I'm told there's a Okay, we're starting. I see we all sound stuck.
Who sounds next?
All right, colleagues, stakeholders, partners, let's go ahead and take our seats so that we can continue our day. We're going to Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you wrapping up those conversations, which we really encourage, so that we continue to build those relationships and strengthen them for the good of our state. But we also do want to respect each of you as well as our presenters. So with that, for colleagues within the sound of my voice, the moment, and there we are, we have a quorum. Well done. No, that's just-in-time manufacturing. We have 6 and 2 still in the break room, I think, but we're going to go ahead and get started and stay on time. Sequoia Erasmus, thank you. I see that you are at the mic and people are returning to their seats. Item 14 are equity initiatives update. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 14 features our standing equity updates item and an update from the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee Chair and Vice Chair. Following the Chair's update, I will present an action item asking Commissioners to approve the staff recommendation for Gloria Huerta to fill in the vacancy on the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee left by former member Mike Despain. I'll now pass it to Chair Walker and Vice Chair Armis Kelly.
Thank you,
Welcome, Chair Walker and Vice Chair Armis Kelly.
Thank you, and I'll immediately hand off to Vice Chair Armis Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
Aho. Good morning, Chair Gardino and respective commissioners. My name, of course, you know me, but the audience doesn't. I am Martha Armis Kelly, and I am your vice chair serving on the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. I reside in Merced, California, and I work in Stanislaus for Catholic Charities Environmental Justice Program. I live in an area that lies within the Yoka and Miwok territory. I would like to give land acknowledgement to the Gabrielino, Tonga, Juanino, and Luiseño and Southern tribes here, federally and both federally and non-federally recognized. As a part of my role as an advocate with this organization, the EAC, and as a member of my community, I am committed to bring and elevate the narrative of the First Peoples, as I myself am Kachkan, Apache from my father, and my mother is Mayan, with her roots resting out of Escuintla, Guatemala, and my father from Zacatecas, Mexico. Our president declared May 5th as Missing Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Day. This was in 2023. As this year, May 5th, has passed, we find it very important to recognize the plight of the missing, murdered Indigenous woman. A woman that is Indigenous is 4 times likely to be accosted, put in trafficking, in prostitution, and many other illicit crimes. We, in transportation, are vexed with the urgency to look and consider all the things that we can do to mitigate better outcomes in this area in transportation. When we look at corridors along the 99, corridors that lead right into Mexico City, these are the areas of the highest incidence of crime. Even the San Joaquin Valley, which may be quiet in its resting, has a propensity for women to be trafficked. And now, as we increase our interaction with all these different corridors, including our ports, inland ports, and all causeways within the state of California, we have to consider safety measures, better lighting. We need phones where people can call in an emergency. Before, we used to have phones all along the state where people would call if they needed an emergency. We need to figure something out. We have the Feather Alert, which I laud. that we have in California, but we need to do more. We need to bring these numbers down. And I tell people this because many people say, well, there's not that many Native Indigenous people in California. Well, I want to tell you that where you see Hispanics, they are Indigenous. So if in my county there is 1% Native Indigenous people, yet there are 60% Hispanics. So I do the math, and it's 61%. Why? Because we were here first, and we are the Native people. We are the first people, and we need to be considerate of the people that are serving our country. The people behind me, Latinos here, Native Indigenous. We need to embrace the plight of the women that are missing and murdered. And in transportation, we can do this by doing things in like low-hanging fruit, creating corridors that are safe, creating opportunities for people to be able to have better lighting. The mothers and their children that are walking and using the spaces that we reside and live in and travel to and fro need to be considered. So I just ask you to have that awareness, and I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Martha. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. William Walker, I'm the Chair of the Equity Advisory Committee. There is a lot going on in our world right now in regard to missing Indigenous and Native American women, children. In the last 48 hours, there have been 4 serious incidents on, I'll just say one transportation system. I'm not here to name names, but 3 stabbings in 24-hour period. Systems where folks are having to learn to administer Narcan when they came into the world to be transportation professionals, station agents, bus drivers, or operators. We had a very productive meeting yesterday as an equity committee. It still feels a bit detached from the reality of mothers not wanting to put their children on buses because they fear like they might not see their kid. I came into this work saving my bus line. And I rode the bus when I was a latchkey kid. My mom was working at DMV while I took buses to and from the places I needed to go. And so I appreciate the time that we spent speaking about how the agencies are moving forward yesterday, but I'm hoping that we can speak about it in real time. Like we've been here about 18 months, and we know, and I just spoke with the district director again, won't name by name. I have a lot of access. I don't know if I deserve it, right? Because I think that the women that and children that are fearful of our systems right now deserve that access. And having a space at the district level to actually talk about these issues is critical because things are happening in real time while we're working here at this level comfortably while folks are waiting for a bus out here in Orange County. I talked to the OCTA CEO last night about why I have to pay for a transit pass in Orange County as a UCI student, even though every other UC I've ever worked for or attended, I don't. And how powerful it would be if we charged more for parking and put students on buses in this county. And he said, well, it's the color of money, money. We get funding from the state to work with community colleges, but we don't get money to work with UCs. So until the state figures that out, we got to work with our 7 foundational areas that became the consolidated OCTA in the building that we sit in comfortably while folks wait. But I will report the progress. We have 3 committees now: a safety committee, a housing and infrastructure committee, and a complete streets walkability and disability committee. We had great presentations yesterday from folks who work with independent living centers in Orange County. The Dale McIntosh Center, Beck Levin joined us. From the Bay Area where I live when I'm not going to school here, Adina Levin, both no relation, and Kaleo Mark with Seamless Bay Area presented, as well as 2 of our members, member Michelle Rousey and member Peggy Martinez, who are very involved in work in the disability community. And we now have a committee that we can delegate that work to. But I want us to continue to look at how we build a pipeline. During labor is here, into the transportation industry. I was at a party last night at a train station that was shut down so that we could all party. The Metrolink station. Well, riders were confused why there's a metal detector outside their train station and they couldn't go in to use a restroom. The folks who are probably housing insecure and don't have a space to live, like I've been housing secure in this county because there's nowhere here to live affordably. I continue to live in San Francisco. Anyway, it's not about me. So looking at our committee work and figuring out how that can be multiplied by 12. And I had a great discussion after Deputy Director Keever led our committee in discussions with Caltrans, and we're going to get there. We know it's hard work, but I'm hoping that we can continue making that progress. I'll end with this, and I'm not going to completely end. I'll hand it back. We're a team. There are a couple of the members that wanted to speak today to some issues. I don't know what they wanted to speak to on the agenda, but they were told by staff that they couldn't speak in the name of the EAC. And that's why I say in real time, we have to figure this out, because if we're being told as representatives of this work that we can't speak freely about what we're doing, but then, you know, I'm not going to let you tell me what I can and can't say, because I know my rights as a citizen, and you know, and I know how to separate. But if people are being told that they can't speak, and there aren't spaces for committees to do the work locally, we continue to just say we're doing equity and it's in vain. And I just want to make sure that we're creating the space. You know, it doesn't have to be me, and it won't always be me at this microphone, but we need to empower folks to be able to speak their truth.
I'm going to leave you with Indian, Native Indigenous Warrior Cry. This is a song that the women sang in Canada, and it's been sent out through the nation. And this song is a warrior cry for the women that are missing. So if you'll give me a moment, I'd like to sing this. And when you hear the song, remember that the sounds that are coming from me are the sounds of the women that are wailing and need you to remember them.
Aho. And, that's the report from the AEC. I'll hand it back to Assistant Deputy Director Sequoia Rasmus.
Commissioners. And Executive Director Taylor.
Thank you. Just want to, I'd like to take a minute to just clarify a couple of things to make sure that we all have the same understanding of the opportunities provided to our members of the public, our members of the commission, our members of our Equity Advisory Committee meeting. We, as the commission, commissioners, as Equity Advisory Committee members, are individuals as well as members of public bodies. Democracy allows us to speak for the committee when the committee speaks as a whole and has a voice. It also allows us to speak as individuals when we don't necessarily agree with the actions of the committee or the commission. That's an important tenet of democracy. And so as our team communicates, in the same way that we communicate with our commissioners, there are times when our commissioners or our committee members must speak as individuals, and there are times when they speak representing the agencies that they represent. And I just want to clarify that everyone is always welcome to participate in our process and always welcome to speak, even if you are criticizing us. That is democracy at its finest. That is what makes this country fabulous and worth living in. That is what my father personally fought and died for. And so I want to be clear that that is what this agency stands for and that we will continue to stand for always.
Thank you. Sequoia, do you have more that you would like to report out? Thank you, Sequoia.
Yeah, thanks, Tanisha, for the clarification. I'm sorry if there was a misunderstanding. So moving on to our Interagency Equity Advisory Committee new member recommendation. In March 2024, former EAC member Mike Despain notified staff that he would be vacating his position on the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. Staff referred back to the short list created for EAC membership recommendations that were approved in March of this year. Staff recommends Gloria Huerta based on her work, her geographic representation, and personal background and lived experiences. Gloria serves as the Chief Operating Officer with California-based equity-focused electric vehicle car share nonprofit NeoCar, which serves areas of the San Joaquin Valley, including Tulare and Kern counties, Stockton, and also my hometown of Richmond, California. Gloria is also a member of several advisory boards, including the UC Davis Zero Emission Vehicles and Underserved Communities Advisory Committee, and the California Air Resources Board Zero Emission Vehicles Equity Task Force, among others. Gloria identifies as a member of a priority population and a community of color, migrant or immigrant population, and from a rural and agricultural community, and a person whose organization serves unhoused communities. Gloria grew up in Orosi, and a rural unincorporated community in Tulare County, and currently lives in Sacramento. Staff recommends your approval of Gloria Huerta as the newest member of the Equity Advisory Committee. Are there any questions?
Sequoia, thanks for the update and the recommendation. We're going to see if there's a motion and a second and conversation on that as well. If your light is working, Commissioner Lugo?
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, because I haven't used this setup, so we just turn the light on when we want to?
On the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side?
No, the right-hand.
She only has one button. So it's
Oh, you only have one button.
your microphone comes on.
Yeah, it comes on. Got it. Great.
Thank you, Douglas. Good. So I see Commissioner Lugo and Commissioner Tiffany. I will now turn off my multiple mic.
Thank you. I don't actually have a question, but just wanted to comment that I had the pleasure last summer of sharing space on a stage at the annual UC Davis Institute of Transportation Studies Asilomar Conference with Gloria Huerta.
and got to hear about her work with MeoCar, and I just think that what she and others who are part of that project are building out is so important in terms of helping to create a new industry as we make this transition to clean energy that is rooted in serving community needs. I have an extensive background, getting to envision and strategize and think about community-based values and how do we want to see them working in transportation. But people who actually go out there and start a business and figure out how to employ people and work on, that is incredibly hard work that I really admire, and I think we'd really benefit from that perspective. And I'm just so glad to hear about Gloria's nomination.
Commissioner Lugo, I love that you have interacted with her personally. Would you like to make the motion as well?
I would love to make the motion.
Great, because no, Robert's rules, motion and a second, then we can continue discussion. Is there a second on the motion?
I will make,
you are quick. Can we go on Jeopardy together and be on the same team? That was Vice Chair Grisby making the second. So we have a motion and a second. We're going to continue the conversation with Commissioner Tiffany.
I was just going to make a motion or a second, but I got beat to the punch, so thank you.
Let the record show we have a third on the. Okay. Further discussion on the motion and the second that we accept staff's recommendation for Ms. Huerta. No. All those in favor?
Public comment.
Oh, thank you. We have public comment. Well done. Justin, we have public comment in the room or online?
Yes, thank you. We do have some virtual attendees with their hand raised at this time, indicating they wish to comment on the item. I'd like to first call on Ana Gonzalez.
And if we can set the clock, please.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name's Ana Gonzalez. I am one of the EAC committee members. Thank you so much, Commission and staff and my colleagues for this opportunity to be in this space where crucial decisions are being made. I am also excited to welcome and approve the appointment of Gloria Huerta. So welcome to the EAC. I also want to ensure that we acknowledge the first peoples of this land when transportation projects and decisions are being done, and realize that we are still in cycles of colonization and extraction of sacred land. We want to move to a future of walkable communities, addressing climate crisis as we're seeing across the country. The climate crisis is expanding and hurting our communities, especially our communities of color. I want to extend my appreciation from yesterday's meeting as we address equity statements from the different agencies, which are great and highly appreciated. But at the end of the day, actions are louder than words, and we hope and are here to support the agencies to achieve equity and inclusion throughout our state of California. Also, as we discuss budgets, budget cuts, I want to also keep in mind, and that you keep in mind, that we have conversations about how big chunks of our tax dollars are going abroad to kill innocent people, especially women and children, in a genocide in Palestine. Those dollars are better spent here when we most desperately need them, especially communities of color. I want to thank you all for this time and enjoy the rest of your meeting. Looking forward to the other tab items. Thank you.
And Justin, you said we have multiple speakers. Our next speaker?
Yes, that's correct. Up next, I'd like to call on Gloria Huerta.
Oh, great. You're not allowed to object to your nomination, Gloria. Gloria, when you start, your time will start. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, this is Gloria Huerta. Thank you for the motion to have me on the Equity Advisory Committee. I'm really excited to be a part of the group and just looking forward to continuing the work in the communities that, one, I grew up in, and also new communities throughout the state of California.
Gloria, thank you for dialing in, and we do have a motion and a second. We haven't voted yet, just to remind folks. Do we have other speakers, Justin?
I believe that concludes all requests to comment on this item. Thank you.
Great. So virtually, that's all our speakers and anyone in the room. If not, we have a motion and a second. And Commissioner Tiffany, you had a comment?
I'm just waiting for the vote.
Ah, great. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Welcome, Gloria Huerta.
you. Congratulations, Gloria.
And Sequoia, thank you for continuing to bring us such quality people to serve. Sequoia, did you have more to your report today?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the work you do greatly. With that, we're going to move on to state and federal legislative matters, which is book item 15. Justin Behrens.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 15 is the update on state and federal legislative matters. Today, the Appropriations Committees in the Senate and Assembly will be taking action on more than 700 bills with fiscal impacts. Bills that advance out of the committees must pass out of their House of Origin by next Friday, May 24th. Staff is recommending the Commission adopt a support position on Senate Bill 934 by Senator Gonzalez. This bill would enact one of the Commission's recommendations from the Senate Bill 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment by requiring the Commission and the Energy Commission to convene a central delivery team to coordinate and oversee the deployment of zero-emission freight in California. The text of the bill is included as an attachment in the pink book item update. Commission staff is not recommending any additional positions on bills at this time. As discussed last week, the Governor released details of the updated budget proposal for fiscal year 24-25. Commission staff is working with Caltrans Budgets and the Department of Finance to understand how the proposed $600 million reduction to the active transportation program will impact Cycle 6 and Cycle 7 of the program. As a reminder, the proposal must first be approved by the legislature before it takes effect. The proposed budget also includes two of the Commission's proposals for resources to implement two bills passed last year, Assembly Bill 285 and Assembly Bill 744. As a reminder, the legislature must approve a budget by June 15th. This concludes my report, and again, staff is recommending you adopt a support position on Senate Bill 934.
Great. Justin, thank you. Before we do have a speaker on this item. If we could ask Joshua Arce with Northern California Laborers to come to the podium. And if we have others who would like to speak, please do submit a card, or if you're participating virtually, we'll be able to field it that way. Joshua, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Gardino and Commissioners. I'm gonna, say no.
When the red light is on the mic, it'll let you know.
There you go. This thing on? All right. Thank you, Chair Gardino, Commissioners. Joshua Arce with the Northern California Laborers. Going to come back with a number of other advocates and workers around some other items, but speaking generally to state and federal legislative matters. Thank you for the continued work that you and your colleagues are doing to elevate the voice of workers, blue-collar Californians, both in their transit needs and in their employment and economic self-sufficiency goals and objectives. Thank you for applying that lens to all of the state and federal legislative matters that you're looking at. Thanks.
Mr. Arce, thank you for joining us. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak on this item in person or virtually?
We did not receive any other requests to comment on this item. Thank you.
Okay. And from Mr. Behrens, we do have a recommendation to support a piece of legislation. Do we, yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Yes, if it's a solicitation for a motion, I'd like to do motion to approve.
Great. Second. Oh, we have a motion from Commissioner Falcone, a second from past Chair Eager. Is there discussion on the legislation?
Is it competition? Okay.
It's on.
Hey,
yes.
Brother Josh, how are you turning off the mics with the wave of your hand, man? I want to get an advantage.
It's a gift. He doesn't talk about it much, but it's a gift. All right. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. I would make one request to Justin and staff, if for our next meeting, in between time, we could take a close look at Senate Bill 1297 by Senator Ben Allen, related directly to the Pacific Coast Highway. It's a bill around speed safety system pilot program, and I'd like us to consider taking a deep look at that.
Staff will take a look.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm available for any conversations that we might have on that. Thank you. Anything else on tab 15 from commission colleagues? Great, then let's move on to tab 16, budget and allocation capacity. Again, Justin Behrens and Keith Duncan.
Great. Commissioners, tab 16 is an informational item. Keith Duncan from Caltrans Budgets will present the item on budget and allocation capacity.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Chair, Commissioners, good day. Happy Thursday. As mentioned, Keith Duncan, Caltrans Budgets. I'd talk closer. Caltrans Budgets, and I'll be presenting for tab 16, the budget and allocation capacity update. Next slide, please. All right, as noted on the slide before you, through March, the Commission has allocated $6.1 billion onto 873 projects. Great accomplishment. That represents 37%. I could say only 37%, but 37% of the total amount available. We still have a little over $10 billion available, so that's great to see. One of the high deliverers so far is the SHOT. We're about 60% allocated through March. Next slide, please. Here, just showing as we enter the latter part of each fiscal year, we try to show just a progress in comparison when it comes to percent allocated for year after year. The green line, which is kind of muddled in between the yellow line there in the middle, that represents the current year. Looking at today's agenda, or at least the agenda over the next 2 days, we should see an increase to about 45% to May. So we'll still continue to mirror that yellow line there. Next slide, please. Next, we want to highlight $6.1 billion through March is quite high. When you look at this is looking at the accumulation of the total amount allocated throughout each fiscal year. Over the last 4 years, you can see we're already just about to the point of meeting last year's high at around $6.3 billion last year. So we're making, while we are looking at, and I'll talk about the May revise here momentarily, looking at potential cuts, looking at the sizable investment into statewide transportation. This is both the state and local transportation systems. Next slide, please. As Executive Director Taylor and Undersecretary Tollefson has already discussed, there's a variety of things included in the May revise that was released last Friday. We know that difficult decisions were made for all the proposals that were included in the May revise, and we know the next steps are going to be continued difficult for those as part of the negotiations, the difficult discussions, as well as the difficult decisions that will need to be made when it comes to the actual approved budget, like Justin mentioned, June 15th by the legislature, and then approval by the governor for enactment by July 1. I won't go into too much details unless there's further questions as we get further on, since my prior speakers already covered most everything. Next slide, please. And just looking ahead, we already acknowledge when it comes to the budget, we have June 15th for the legislature to approve it, and then July 1st for a budget enactment. As part of standard operating procedure for us in budgets at the June commission meeting at the end of June, we will provide you the draft 24-25 allocation capacity across all programs within your purview. And given the timing, we'll probably also plan to provide you a budgetary update. And then in August, we would plan to provide you a final 24-25 allocation capacity, which includes anything that was included in the enacted budget, as well as any carryover capacity that was unallocated for this current fiscal year. Next slide, please. Trying to be brief, do want to thank CTC staff, our financial programming team, as well as our Caltrans Budgets team. $16 billion this year, and looking at what next year has to offer, it takes a team to manage this much money, so we appreciate everyone's help. I'm available for any questions you may have.
We always look forward to your reports, Keith. Thank you. Appreciate it. Are there questions on the dais for Mr. Duncan? Okay, let's go to in the room, and virtually we do have one card in the room, Joshua Arce with Northern California Laborers. We're all dying in anticipation to see if you can make the mic work again.
They say that a magician should never reveal their secrets, so Chair Guardino, I'm not going to. Again, just going to come back with a number of other individuals on another item, but again, when you look at your budget and when you look at your allocation capacity, the fact that this commission continues to put workers at the forefront, how everyday Californians work, particularly in our industry, construction, you're thinking about our transit and transportation needs, you're thinking about how we work within our industry, how what we do benefits local economy. So just again, kudos and a thank you to this commission to continue to put workers at the forefront of your decision-making around topics like budget and allocation capacity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Are there any other cards in the room, or Justin, is there anyone online who'd like to speak to this item?
Chair, I'm sorry, just a quick comment. We've gotten a couple of very general comments in writing on the webinar. We've addressed that. We've asked them to tell us what item they're speaking to, and they haven't yet. So if those folks could let us know what item they're speaking to so we can make sure it gets directed as appropriate. But we've got a couple of very general ones that could go to a number of items. So we're not sure where they want to put those. But other than that, that's all the commenters we have.
And I really appreciate that you're trying to help people calling in, wanting to participate, to be speaking to the correct item. So thank you for doing that. Joshua? Justin? I just changed your name.
No worries, Chair, I understand. I would like to indicate that we did have one attendee raise your hand for this item, so I would like to call on Michael Bullock.
Great.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll set
Hello?
the time clock. Michael, when you start, we'll start the clock.
Okay, yeah, this is Mike Bullock, and thank you, Chair Guardino. You and I know each other from when I lived in Santa Clara County, and we used to swim against each other in some of the reservoirs. But anyway, I have kind of a general question on this specific budget item, and that is, do you ever cover at a higher level to what extent the users of the highway system generate the money which is then used to maintain and operate the highway system? And I just think that's important to understand, and I find it hard to find that data, and so I wish that Caltrans would play a role in getting that data out to the public. It really matters because a lot of people would say that we really shouldn't be subsidizing driving, since we know that we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And we know that the CARB scoping plan tells us how much we have to do that, and it's 25% by 2030 with respect to 2019. 2030 is very soon. Fortunately, the CARB scoping plan has the mitigation measures that would accomplish that enormous reduction of vehicle miles traveled. But it seems like Caltrans, when you talk about your budget, you don't really talk about such concerns where we're using general fund money that should be used for homelessness and all the education. And, you know, we know the list of things that general funds are appropriate for, and they're not really appropriate for jacking up the amount of driving that we're doing, since we know our climate crisis, our state mandates, and the official policy, the official plan to achieve our 2030 mandate tells us how much we have to reduce vehicle miles traveled. So of course, there's no reason for ever expanding the highway because we're going to have 25%.
And Mr. Bullock, your time is expired. Thank you very much for calling in. And Mr. Duncan, would you like to respond to Mr. Bullock's comment?
Sure. I'd always refer folks, a lot of the information when it comes to our transportation funding, our rebuilding.ca.gov, I believe is the website. So that has a lot of the information when it comes to a lot of our funding and specific projects throughout the state. There's a lot of other various revenue updates that may be provided. But that, I mean, the first stop would be that website to at least see a lot of where our money's being put to work.
And if Mr. Duncan or Executive Director Taylor, if you would like to shed light on transportation funds versus general funds.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the proposed governor's budget, I know a lot of the focus is on the general fund because of the revenue shortfall that is being projected. When it comes to our transportation revenue, our fuel, as well as our vehicle registration related, it is projected to be relatively, I'll say, flat or static, so unchanged. So our traditional transportation related investments
will continue as planned, so there's no, we do not see any, or at least it's not forecasted to be interrupted. We do know, as we've talked about over the last year, when it comes to the fund estimate, fuel consumption is declining. Right now, because with the passage of SB1, we have an inflationary increase every year. The inflationary increase is about 5%. The decline in consumption is around 3-4%. So it's kind of balanced out right now. But in the coming years, we are going to see that consumption decline a lot more than that inflationary increase. So we will start to see sharper declines. We're about 8-9 months from the next fund estimate development cycle, which talks about our next SHOP, our State Highway Operation Protection Program, and our STIP, State Transportation Improvement Program. That's the capacity for the next cycle. We anticipate that next fund estimate will start to show those declines. We also know that the federal act we're on year 3 of the 5-year federal act, so we're also going to be looking at that on the federal side, how much funding is going to be coming in. So there's a lot of moving pieces. I know that was a long-winded response to your question about our transportation revenue, but that's just kind of what we're looking at least for the next year, if not 2, revenue looking relatively static for us.
Great. Mr. Duncan, first, that was immensely helpful. So was mentioning the website. I was talking about the more fundamental issue that I think Mr. Bullock raised, which was, are transportation funds robbing the general fund? No, they're overwhelmingly specific for transportation purposes.
Yes, I'm very sorry about that. Article 19 within the state constitution does restrict use of our fuel excise taxes on what it can be used for transportation-related items. That's where the benefit comes into play there. Our funds, I'm going to say in the 2010s, 2012, around that time, is when a lot of this was locked in, where there was some concern. There was funds being loaned from the general fund because of other shortfalls, but there are statutes in place to limit that from happening. So our transportation revenue is set for transportation for both our state and local.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. And Director Taylor?
I think just to put a fine point on what Keith has said is, I think when we're talking about the general fund here, you're talking about the active transportation program. That was an augmentation. That was additional funding to deliver additional active transportation projects. There is generally not general fund funding within the transportation space. It is generally transportation developed revenues.
Thank you both. And it just helps us all as we work with 39 million Californians so that we have that foundation of data to make our decisions. Former Chair Norton.
Thank you. I had 2 points to make. One, I did want to say on the point about the SHOP money and where the SHOP money is going. On the website, it also highlights the ways in which SHOP funds are being used for things that aren't regular highway monies, such as complete streets or the funding that is going for stormwater or some of the other things. I think people perceive that SHOP money is only for highways and only for pavement, and it's not. And so I believe that your website clarifies that, correct? Okay, yes, you're nodding yes for those who aren't in the
yes.
And the other thing I would also add to Douglas and everybody who's experiencing people who are calling in for public comment, that there were a number of efforts to bring people to this meeting and to urge people to call in that did not name the numbers of the items for the items they were testifying for. So I would hate for people to be put in the general public comment just because they don't know the item. So you might want to potentially ask them about a couple of the items that they're likely to be calling in on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions on the dais, and I believe unless people have joined us by phone, I don't see any cards.
That is correct. We do not have any additional requests to comment.
Wonderful. If it meets the needs of our stakeholders in the room as well as on the dais, it is 12:04. We recognize that there is not food on site, so we are going to make sure that you're well taken care of. So we're going to take an hour for lunch so that you can journey to wherever you'd like to enjoy lunch and then join us. We will start promptly, though, at 1:04. With that, thank you. We'll see you in an hour. That was the weakest gavel press. We just do that for fun, by the way. It's a recording.
Thank you, Chair Guardino and Commissioners. Tab 17 is an action item to approve the Advanced 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Programming to the Yolo 80 Corridor Improvements Project Phase 1 in Yolo County for $105 million. Specifically, the project will construct 17 lane miles of tolled, which would be high occupancy toll 3+, which is a driver plus 2 passengers, lanes that will improve overall freight throughput and ease congestion, construct pedestrian and bicycle facility enhancements, construct a new Class 1 bike lane and pedestrian facility, which Class 1 is fully separated from the roadway, as well as intelligent transportation system elements such as ramp meters, closed-circuit televisions, and changeable message signs to coincide with the tolled facility. Awarding state funds to this project will also successfully leverage an $85,900,000 nationally significant multimodal freight and highway projects program grant, aka INFRA. There will be 3 additional actions that the Commission will be presenting and recommending for Commission approval regarding the Yolo 80 Corridor Improvements Project Phase 1 during this agenda. Those items are included in tabs 18, 19, and 20, and I'll cover more on the logistics of those items before I ask for a vote on this tab 17. I will now provide additional details on the advanced programming for this item. Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines stipulate that if an applicant has an opportunity to use Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding to secure federal funds, the Commission may choose to award program funds to the project in advance of the regular programming process. The project must submit a Trade Corridor Enhancement Program application. It must be an eligible Trade Corridor Enhancement Program project, and it must demonstrate a significant freight benefit. In addition, the guidelines state that the intent of the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program is to work in alignment with other state and federal funding programs to support projects that achieve multiple objectives. Staff reviewed the application for the Yolo 80 Corridor Improvements Project Phase 1 and ranked it medium-high. In prior Trade Corridor Enhancement Program cycles, the Commission's adopted program of projects has included all projects ranked medium-high. Also, in 2022, the Commission approved advanced programming for 2 projects ranked medium-high prior to the normal 2022 program being adopted. A ranking of medium-high generally means that the project increases truck throughput and improves travel time significantly, reduces emissions, improves safety, and provides considerable economic benefit and the creation of jobs. The Yolo 80 Corridor Improvements Project Phase 1 will provide significant freight benefits and will improve freight throughput, freight velocity, and freight reliability, which are all critical freight systems factors considered in the evaluation process. The project also provides significant benefits towards the program's other evaluation criteria as outlined in the Transportation System and Community Impact Factors evaluation criteria. The project sponsors have conducted extensive community and public outreach, and the project includes a plan for establishing an Equity Program Advisory Committee to employ an equitable tolling system, a vehicle miles traveled mitigation plan that will improve and expedite transit service through the corridor, along the Capital Corridor's passenger rail corridor, as well as improvements to adjacent trail networks. Furthermore, project sponsors have created a joint powers authority to oversee the tolling of this facility. Lastly, the project demonstrates significant coordination among the different regional transportation organizations, Caltrans, as well as the federal government, which also allows them to leverage the $85,900,000. I would now like to introduce Autumn Bernstein, the Executive Director of the Yolo Transportation District, who will be providing a short presentation on the project from a local and regional context. If you have any comments or questions for Autumn, she will be available to address them following my presentation of the staff recommendation for this item. And I'm assuming Autumn is...
She's right behind
Right
you.
behind me.
Yes, Ms. Bernstein, welcome. Thank you for traveling all the way here.
Thank you. It's my honor to be here. I see the red light is on, so I don't have to do the hand-waving magic. Please.
But Joshua is here if you need his help.
Okay, great. And then please do let me know if you have any trouble hearing me, and I'll speak up. So again, my name is Autumn Bernstein. I'm the Executive Director of the Yolo Transportation District. Like OCTA, where we sit today, but on an albeit much smaller scale, we are both the countywide transportation planning agency and the transit operator for Yolo County. We operate 72 daily fixed route bus trips across the stretch of Yolo 80 that we're going to be talking about today. It's a corridor we know very well and is absolutely critical for our transit services. So I look forward to talking with you more about that. With me today are my colleagues from the Sacramento Area Council of Governments and Caltrans District 3, who are our essential partners in this effort. Recently, we came together to form CARTA, the Capital Area Regional Tolling Authority, to oversee tolling for this project. I'm going to say a bit more about CARTA towards the end of my remarks, but for now, I just want to share some background about the project. Next slide. So the full project covers I-80 from just west of Davis to El Camino Ave in Sacramento County, and that very first segment of US 50 from where it splits off in West Sacramento to the I-5 interchange in downtown Sacramento. The project will be constructed in phases, with phase 1 shown in orange, covering the middle segment over the Yolo bypass. While the recently adopted EIR covers the full project, the applications before you today, all 4 actions, are related to just phase 1. At the western edge of the project is UC Davis, a world-class university with 41,000 students and 20,000 staff. Once a sleepy college town, which is what many of us remember it as, it's now a major destination that draws daily commuters from all over the Bay Area and Sacramento regions. At the eastern edge of the project is downtown Sacramento, which is the largest employment destination in the Sacramento region, and of course the state capital. Between these two massive destinations lies the 16,000-acre Yolo Flood Bypass and Wildlife Area. This open space serves as Northern California's central flood basin. If you've ever driven across it in a rainy winter and you're like, what is this inland lake that I am suddenly across? You know that's what it is. It's what keeps downtown Sacramento from flooding in a big year. And for this reason, there are no parallel roads across the Yolo Bypass, and I want to underline that. Every single local, regional, transcontinental vehicle that needs to go between Sacramento and the Bay Area on this stretch has to go across this stretch of 80. That includes all of our buses, it includes everyone, bicycles, everybody, because there literally are no alternate roads because it's a flood basin. That Yolo Bypass also provides key wildlife habitat for more than 280 species, and limiting impacts to the bypass is a key goal of the project. That's why we are not altering the footprint or the physical structure of the causeway at all. We are talking about making more efficient use of the roadbed that we have on top of that structure. Next slide. While the Yolo 80 corridor is important for us in Yolo County and our neighbors, it's also a critical connection between the Bay Area, the Sacramento region, and northern Nevada. When Yolo 80 is restricted due to a collision or congestion, the alternate routes force people and goods to go miles out of the way. This map shows how much farther trucks and people have to go between a theoretical trip from downtown Sacramento to San Francisco. The shortest alternate route is over 15% longer in terms of mileage, again, because there's no good other ways to cross the Yolo bypass. And because we're likely to hear a lot about induced travel today, I want to point out a couple things. First, 89% of the trips on this stretch of road start and end outside of Yolo County. This is not about Yolo County folks. This is about interregional travel between these two major regions. And 84% of the VMT growth that is projected to occur on this corridor is due to background population and growth in that Northern California mega region. Only about 16% of the future VMT growth that's anticipated is because of the additional pavement that we are proposing to put down for this project. Next slide. So despite the importance of I-80 and the lack of parallel routes, Yolo County is one of the only sections of I-80 between the Bay Bridge and Roseville that has only 3 lanes in each direction. The other side is just west of, the other segment is just west of Davis. So what this graphic shows you is the lane capacity. Everything above the yellow line is the lanes that are going westbound, and everything below the yellow line is the number of lanes that go eastbound. So you can see the number of lanes there, and then the coloration corresponds to how much congestion we see on that stretch. So what you see is as traffic approaches the Yolo 80 segment, you see extremely high rates of congestion compared to anywhere else on the corridor. And it's worth noting that in Solano County, just to our west, where you see the other bands of pink and purple, they are currently adding an additional lane there, a toll lane. So the choke point is going to be even greater to our west once those new lanes open. Next slide. So with no alternate routes and this bottleneck formation, we experience some of the most severe congestion in California 7 days a week. Westbound traffic starts backing up in West Sacramento as early as 6:30 a.m., and we have more than 5 hours of congested traffic in the eastbound direction in Davis every afternoon. This has resulted in 25 fatalities in just the last 5 years, 61% of which are from congestion-related rear-end collisions. This affects all of us. But importantly, freight traffic traveling to and from major ports in Richmond, Oakland, and West Sacramento, agricultural goods, and manufacturing. To give just one example, Tesla sends 52 trucks down this stretch of I-80 every day from its Gigafactory in Fernley, Nevada, to its car factory in Fremont. 52 trucks a day. So just think about all the other manufacturers, all the other businesses that we have on that corridor, and how this is impacting their ability to move their goods. Next slide. But near and dear to my heart, because we run transit, is what does this mean for transit on this corridor? 84 buses a day travel over the Yolo Causeway, most of which we operate, including, just as an example, our popular Route 138, known as the Causeway Connection, which connects the UC Davis campus in Sacramento, the UC Davis Medical Center in Sacramento with the main campus in Davis. The chief complaint we hear about this service is how slow and unreliable they are because of the congestion. Literally this morning, I'm getting text messages telling us that our buses are stuck in traffic on the Causeway, as I do every day. But there's simply no other option for routing these buses because, again, it's a land bridge. There are no other ways. If nothing is done, travel times for our bus services will get so much worse. We project that the Causeway Connection will take 81 minutes as compared to 35 minutes at Free Flow in 2049 if we do nothing. And as you can see, despite the fact that we do have a lot of transit on this corridor, the mode share is extremely low. We can't increase mode share of transit on this corridor while our buses are sitting in traffic. And we believe that toll lanes are a uniquely effective solution to addressing the congestion that our buses experience. Next slide. As we discuss this, I'm sure the topic of equity will come up. I want to root that conversation in the existing inequality that the current corridor creates. As I mentioned earlier, the vast majority of trips do not start and end in Yolo County, and the median income of the drivers on this freeway is more than triple the median income in West Sacramento. Our communities are burdened with the pollution of the pass-through trips as well as the cut-through traffic on neighborhood streets and country roads, but we don't receive the economic benefits of this. In fact, residents of freeway-adjacent neighborhoods in West Sacramento on average live about 10 years less than the typical Californian, and the air pollution is expected to get significantly worse if we do nothing. Unpriced freeway travel on this corridor is an environmental justice issue for our communities. Next slide. That's why we've consistently prioritized transportation equity at every stage in this project. In 2022, our partners at Caltrans District 3 and Yolo Transportation District signed an MOU committing to spending future toll revenue on equity programs and transit that serves communities along the corridor. We reaffirmed this commitment in 2023 when we applied for and won a $3 million grant to do advanced planning for the Sacramento region as a whole to institute tolling in the most equitable way we could. That equity program commitment that we made has two parts. One is to have an equity framework to ensure the needs and voices of disadvantaged communities are involved from day one in all the decisions that this new tolling authority will make, and then also to have an equity program funded by toll revenue to ensure project benefits are flowing to impacted communities. Next slide. One of the things we do as part of our VMT mitigation plan is invest more than $55 million up front to improve transit and rail service along the corridor and subsidize transit passes and other incentives. These will initially be funded by capital dollars, but going forward, we have committed to continuing these investments through the use of available toll revenue. Just the increased bus service alone is conservatively estimated to generate 125,000 new transit trips every year on the corridor. In the interest of time, I'm going to just touch briefly on biking. If we go to the next slide. We're lucky that we actually already have a barrier-separated bike path on the north side of the freeway. Currently, about 60 hardcore folks do that every day, which doesn't sound like a lot, except for when you think about it's 10 miles and you're right next to a freeway. We already have 60 people doing that every day. And, but we know that it's unsafe. There are, particularly where that bike path connects to the local streets, we've had a number of, those are hot spots for fatalities. So we're proposing some improvements to make it safer where people are getting on and off that causeway bike path. Next slide. So while we're talking about Yolo 80, I just want to situate the larger regional context of SACOG's vision for tolling in our regions and what it means. As you can see in this map, SACOG's Sustainable Community Strategy envisions a network of single, dual, and reversible toll lanes The majority of lanes in this network will come from converting existing lanes, but strategic widenings where we have crucial bottlenecks like YOLO 80 are needed where conversions are just not possible. This toll lane network and the local revenue that it will generate to reinvest in transit is a key strategy to achieving SACOG's 2035 GHG reduction target of 19%. Indeed, the California Air Resources Board's own scoping plan notes that California will not meet its climate goals without implementing equitable roadway pricing strategies. To build this transformative network in the Sacramento region, we've got to start somewhere. As the first toll lane project in the Sacramento region, we take that responsibility very seriously, and we're working with our partners to make sure we take this positive step in the right direction to achieve that vision. Next slide. So in closing, a few words about CARTA, the Capital Area Regional Tolling Authority. It's a new regional agency created to manage and operate toll lanes. Again, we recognize that we're the last major region in California to institute tolling, and we really want to learn and have taken the time to talk to and learn from the different tolling authorities in different parts of the state to replicate what they've done well, and also hopefully learn from some of the challenges they've experienced. So we're proud that we're actually the first tolling authority in California to include Caltrans as a voting member. We think this is really going to strengthen the local, regional, and state agency partnerships in our region. And it's structured so that right now it's only our 3 agencies, but as new toll projects come online in Sacramento, El Dorado, and Placer County, they already have non-voting seats on that board, and those will become voting seats when they have projects, so that we're really making sure that we're thinking regionally right from day one. So again, which is my final slide, I want to say we have lots of opportunities for ongoing engagement. Our CARTA board meets bi-monthly. Some of the next steps after today are to develop our equity framework and program for the regional network, and also toll policy development for YOLO 80. And we'd love to continue to have folks stay engaged with us. And I thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Please don't go too far on him. Thank you. Appreciate that. Matthew, would you like to give our staff report?
Yes, I will finish up our staff report, and then we will proceed to a recommendation and commissioner comments, public comments, so on and so forth. Thank you, Autumn. In addition to this item, I'll now briefly cover the additional 3 actions the Commission will consider under tabs 18, 19, and 20. And as a reminder, these items will each be presented and voted individually with a public comment following each staff presentation. So just want to cover some additional logistics. Tab 18 will be a staff recommendation to the Commission as the CEQA responsible agency to consider the final environmental impact report completed by Caltrans, the CEQA lead agency. This action item consists of the Commission's approval of Resolution E-2430, which accepts the final environmental impact report for the YOLO 80 Corridor Improvements Project, makes CEQA findings, adopts a statement of overriding considerations, and approves the project for future consideration of funding. For all projects that are anticipated to be funded through a program under the purview of the Commission, full compliance with CEQA is required. Tab 19 will be a staff recommendation to the Commission to approve the application submitted by the Capital Area Regional Toll Authority, otherwise known as CARTA, as Autumn just explained, for a toll facility on Interstate 80 in Yolo County. And tab 20 will be a staff recommendation to the Commission to approve the financial allocation of $105 million for this project. Commission staff have reviewed tabs 17, 18, 19, and 20 and find that they all meet legal requirements to be in accordance with Commission guidelines and policy. With that, I will now turn directly back to tab 17 only. Commissioners, before I recommend approval of tab 17, please note the following. We will take a vote on the second action listed in this item, which is the approval of the YOLO 80 Corridor Improvements Project Phase 1 Project Baseline Agreement, Resolution TCEP P232406B as a part of tab 20. We will take public comment on this entire item, however, but I will be requesting approval of the baseline agreement during my presentation of tab 20. With all of that now, I will say staff recommends approval of tab 17 as presented in this item.
I see a couple of confused faces, so I'll clarify for everyone in the room what Matthew is talking about. If you, if you go to our agenda on tab 17, you'll see the tab numbers on the left side of the page. You will see that there are 2 actions that our staff is recommending you approve. The first action is to approve the TSEP advanced programming, which is Phase 1 in Yolo County Resolution G24-40, and the second action is approval of the Yolo 80 Corridor Phase 1 baseline agreement. We will take Phase 1 baseline agreement, Resolution TSEP P-2324-06B. We will take that action with tab 20, but we will take comments on the entirety of tab 17 now.
But not, the comments individually on 17, 18, 19.
Correct. We will take comments individually on tab 17, tab 18, tab 19, and tab 20.
Wonderful. For everyone who's been so gracious to travel all the way here and is in the room, as well as those who are kindly participating virtually, we will hear public comment first. To be fair to everyone, once again, we will set the clock for 2 minutes. The clock starts when you start, whether you're in the room or participating virtually. The reminder again, how we're going to continue to show through this commission and through this state how we treat each other with respect. We should dive into and attack issues. We never attack individuals or institutions. We're better than that. And with that, we're going to start. I have numerous cards in my hand. We're going to ask, for efficiency's sake, for the first 3 names that I call up to approach the microphone. And then when one person speaks, we'll call up the third so that we always have a queue of 3. When we've gone through people in the room, we will go to the phone, and then we will go to comments and questions from the dais. Thank you all again, and I will do my best to be able to read the writing on the sheets. Please do correct me, and I apologize in advance if I get anyone's name pronounced incorrectly. We're going to start with Adrian Esparza, followed by Melody Perron, followed by Ms. Brown, and I'm not sure, Naima Brown. Thank you. So we will again start there. And just so that we set expectations, standing is absolutely fine. I do want to make sure, though, that people sitting in the back can still see and hear as best we can.
Just a note, Chair, there are television screens throughout the room.
Oh, good. There are television screens. Okay, good, good. Knowing there are television screens, that's great. I'm going to encourage us, though, not to applaud or any other verbal displays, again, so that we're creating a safe space for everyone. Is that okay with everyone? Great, thank you. Yes, sir.
For the Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Bradshaw.
I may have some information on this too. For the hands here, part of it is to show, so we don't have a whole line out of speakers, but to show folks that are in alignment, not meant in an aggressive manner whatsoever. Yeah, and it's towards efficiency, but to show a united message. So just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
You know.
And thank you for sharing that. It doesn't feel aggressive at all to me, so if I in any way even suggested that was not, I just wanted to be able to make sure people could see, and since we have televisions, that's not an issue at all. With that, Mr. Esparza, we won't start until you do, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Executive Director, CTC Commission. First of all, I want to thank you for recognizing our fallen brothers and sisters in the union trade movement and the members around the country, as well as Caltrans workers and our peace officers. So thank you for recognizing us as well. My name is Adrian Esparza. I'm the business manager of Labor's Local Union 652 that proudly represents over 4,000 members and a proud member of LIUNA. I am here in support and of the transportation projects in California that create jobs and economic prosperity. When we go into a community to work on a project, it not only means jobs to us, it means dollars invested in the local community and in the local economy. Transportation projects create jobs at every stage, from construction also to maintenance. Transportation projects also mean that we are building job and economic opportunities for other people to grow their business and create more opportunities. I hope we can count on the Transportation Commission to continue to support projects like the YOLO I-80, project that create good paying construction jobs for working families. With that being said, I hopefully suggest that you aye vote this transportation project. Thank you.
Mr. Esparza, thank you. And the great example, he said, of leaving 43 seconds on the table. Sir, thank you very much for your comment. We're going to go next to Melanie Perron, followed again by Naima Brown, followed by Leonard De La Rosa. Welcome, Melanie.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm here today on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California. First, I want to thank our labor partners that are here today in support of this project. We are also in support of the YOLO 80 project. I first, on a personal note, just want to say that I really want to express my appreciation to the Chair, Commissioners. I can appreciate this feels a little bit like Festivus in the airing of grievances and the work that you all do and we all do, trying to find the right solutions, but that we're creating an environment, a forum that allows all of us to speak, and as we're looking to how we proceed forward in appropriate ways, solve some of the most complex problems facing our state today. Really quick on the YOLO project, we've talked about this significantly. This is a really important corridor to the Sacramento region. As we think about the opportunities that this project will provide us, it will allow for improved freight efficiencies. The bike and pedestrian improvements will be substantial. I may be even willing to ride now on the YOLO bypass with those improvements. And then as we talk about the region's first express line, that's a really big deal for the Sacramento region as we look about modernizing and looking about how do we move transportation forward. So these are really big steps. Specifically for our general contractors, though, we're really interested in how we're looking at being more sustainable in how we are delivering our projects and how we're looking at the multimodal opportunities that exist, not just with throughput for traffic, but for bike and pedestrian and for freight. And this is those opportunities, and we're really excited to support this project and to look forward to building this project. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, thank you. Again, next we're going to hear from Naima Brown, followed by Leonard De La Rosa, followed by Robert Ruiz. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, Commissioners and Director Taylor and Chair. My name is Naima Brown. I'm a 16-year member of the NorCal Carpenters Union. My local is Local 68L, Drywall Lathers. I currently am a field representative representing 37,000 members, and it's truly a pleasure to be before you today. YOLO 80, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that according to the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes Project draft, VMT mitigation plan, the vehicles miles traveled reduction method that can mitigate the most negative environmental impacts is building transit-oriented housing development. As a state, we often look at housing, transportation, and environmental sustainability as separate things. Improving housing jobs balance, creating construction jobs, and protecting the environment needs to be a collaborative effort. The most prosperous future for our state involves integrating these things. I fully support advancing the funding for this project, and I appreciate the opportunity to submit these comments. But if I could say one more thing, that I have sat many hours on that causeway with a car full of screaming children, okay, with no air conditioning. I'd really appreciate it if we'd advance this funding. You guys have a wonderful day.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Naima, I have 3 screaming children if you ever want to take them as well. Thank you. Next, we're going to have Leonard De La Rosa, followed by Robert Ruiz, followed by Jimmy Elrod. Welcome, Leonard.
Thank you.
Fellow Commissioners and Executive Director Taylor, my name is Leonard De La Rosa. I'm a Western States Regional Council of Carpenter representative. I represent 90,000 members within Southern California and NorCal, as our brothers are here. I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge that according to the YOLO 80 Management Lane Project Draft BMT Mitigation Plan, the vehicle mile traveled reduction method that can mitigate the most negative environmental impacts. This transit-oriented housing development as a state, we offer to look for housing, transportation, and environment sustainability as a separate thing. Improving the job housing balance creates construction jobs, and protecting our environment needs to be a collaborative effort. The most prosperous future for our state involves integrating these things. I urge the Commission to continue working, align these policy goals. I support advanced funding of this project and appreciate the opportunities to submit these comments. Thank you.
Mr. De La Rosa, thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Robert Ruiz, followed by Jimmy Elrod, followed by Elizabeth Reed Wainscoat. Welcome, Mr. Ruiz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. First of all, I want to start off by saying thank you to Commissioner Eager for bringing that good luck to our beloved Angels. Hopefully you can come to more meetings and keep this going. So with that, my name is Robert Ruiz. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer for the Laborers International Union, Local 652, and we are here in full support of funding Project I-80. We understand the importance of funding projects because it's very important not only to our economy, but moving transportation, goods, and people, throughout our state. So not only that, on top of that, it's going to create thousands of jobs for the men and women of the construction industry. So thank you again for allowing me to speak. I urge you to vote a yes, because not only is it the right thing to do, but it's the responsible thing to do. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. We're going to hear next from Jimmy Elrod, followed by Elizabeth Reed Wainscoat, followed by Jesse Loren. Mr. Elrod, welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Executive Director Taylor. My name is Jimmy Elrod, and I'm the Deputy Political Director for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, and a proud member of the Orange County Carpenters Local 714. I'm here today to offer a comment in support of approving the advanced funding for the YOLO 80 project. I strongly believe in reducing travel times, relieving traffic congestion, and easing freight travel in our state. Commuters are continually subjected to unsafe conditions when traveling along this corridor. In the past 3 years alone, there have been over 1,000 collisions that have occurred within this corridor. This project will greatly improve the safety of the commuters who travel on this corridor every day. This project will not only accomplish these goals, but also the potential dangerous environmental impacts associated with it. These measures include expanding Capitol Corridor and microtransit in Yolo County, growing the overall multimodal network in the Sacramento region. This project will vastly enrich the social and environmental vitality of the region. It is a large step in the right direction, and I urge you to approve the advanced funding for this project. Thank you.
Mr. Elrod, thank you. We're going to hear next from Elizabeth Reed Wainscoat, followed by Jesse Loren, followed by Oscar Viejas. Welcome, Ms. Reed Wainscoat.
Good afternoon. As you said, my name is Elizabeth Reed Wainscoat, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity and our 1.7 million members and subscribers. The Center asks the Commission not to advance TSEP funding for the YOLO 80 Improvements Project. The Center is very concerned that the project as proposed will irreparably harm community and environmental health without achieving the project's objectives of reducing congestion. California is currently not on track to meet its greenhouse gas reduction targets, primarily due to the transportation sector. Adding new lanes to the roadway would increase the number of single occupancy vehicles on the road and widen the gap between where California needs to be to tackle the climate crisis and where it is headed. Increased VMTs also increase emissions of air pollutants, which have been linked to premature mortality, compromised birth outcomes, heart disease, and a host of respiratory illnesses that threaten community health. Additionally, the project area supports a wide variety of special status species and sensitive habitats that will be significantly impacted by a larger road with more vehicles and traffic, and therefore more noise, light, and runoff pollution. Finally, the project would not achieve its stated objective of reducing traffic congestion. Conducting business as usual and simply adding more lanes to an already congested freeway ignores the science that clearly documents the concept of induced travel demand. To put it simply, more lanes create more traffic. California needs to be investing in transportation projects that reduce the number of single occupancy vehicles on our roads and solve congestion through more efficient forms of public transportation, rather than outdated and ineffective freeway widening projects. We therefore strongly urge the Commission not to advance TSEP funding for the Yolo 80 improvement project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed-Wainscoat. Thanks for traveling all the way here as well. We're going to hear next from Jesse Lauren, then Oscar Viejas, followed by Brett Lee. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, Chair, and all the commissioners. My name is Jessie Lauren. I serve on Winter City Council. I also serve on Sacramento Council of Governments and in the transportation area, and also in race equity and inclusion. It is my privilege to be here to urge the Commission to approve staff recommendation and award $105 million to the Yolo 80 project. Rural communities like mine depend on I-80. Yolo County is home to a vibrant agricultural economy that relies on I-80 to get goods to market. In the Winters area alone, we produce wine, cheese, walnuts, nut crops, and ground crops. The state's climate action plan for transportation infrastructure includes a strategy to promote natural and working lands, recognizing the critical role agriculture plays in California's climate goals. But if our perishable goods that we grow can't reach the market because trucks are stuck in traffic, then our agricultural lands can be lost. Today, freight speeds at the bottleneck regularly drop below 15 miles per hour, which means tomatoes can't get to the cannery and our fresh produce can't get to restaurants and grocery stores. And I'd have to say that we all like to eat, right? We've also seen a dramatic and dangerous cut-through traffic on our rural roads by people that are trying to bypass I-80. Winter's location is right where Yolo and Solano meet. I almost said Yolano, but some people call it that. All right. So in Winters, like many small towns, the rural roads and the highways pass right through the center of town, and then cut-through traffic cuts right through the center of town, and it's dangerous. Old ag towns like mine, they're not designed for those conditions.
And Councilmember Lauren, your time is up.
Yet we remain. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to the residents of Winters. You're welcome. We're going to next hear from Oscar Viejas, followed by Brett Lee, followed by, and forgive me if I mispronounce the name, Ruhama Tareda. So let's start with Mr. Viejas. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members of the Commission. And it's good to see some of you that actually made the trek up to West Sacramento. I think it was last month, and so I know you traveled on the 80 corridor, so you know the place intimately. So my name is Oscar Viejas. I'm a Yolo County supervisor. I previously served 13 years on the City Council in West Sacramento. I'm a member of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. I have to look down because there's so many of these. On the Yolo County Transportation District, and I also am now chair of the Capital Area Regional Tolling Authority. And if you'll indulge me, I do this every time. My mother is experiencing a severe bout of dementia, and we speak every night. And so she often asks me, what is it like to be an elected official? What is county supervisor really, what do they do? And so what I like to do, if you would indulge me, is take a picture, a selfie. I'll send this to her later. And what I do is I send it to her to say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So I'll send it to her tonight. We talk every night, and she'll get a better sense of what I do today. So, so with that, you'll see that in our application, the Yolo 80 project will move over 800 trucks a day and improve their time by over 70%. Interstate 80, as mentioned earlier by Autumn, and the Yolo Causeway is the link between the Sacramento region and the Bay Area. So all the freight goods that are coming into the Port of Oakland have to travel on that corridor to get east and to get to the I-5 corridor to head north and south. the Sacramento region has become the growing area for families who have now been kind of pushed out of more expensive areas. And believe it or not, the population in the Sacramento region is growing faster than Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego. So we cannot afford to delay the improvements on the 80 corridor. But we need to do strategic investment, and this project is essential to safely and sustainably accommodating the Sacramento region's growing economy and supporting interstate commerce. Because of its vital economic importance, the YOLO 80 project is only one of the 12 priority projects.
Supervisor, with apologies, your time is up.
And so we hope that you will support this project. Thank you very much, Mr.
Supervisor Villegas, thanks for your service and for being such a good son to your mom as
Thank
well.
you.
You bet. We will now hear from Brett Lee, then Ruhama Tereda, and then Kurt Ferreira. Welcome, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brett Lee, and I was on the Davis City Council from 2012 to 2020. And from 2018 to 2020, I was actually the mayor of Davis. This is an important project for our town and our region. The details matter on this. Davis is home to UC Davis. 40% of the undergraduates attending UC Davis are from first-time college families. 40%. The Davis rental market is costly. Rents 20 miles away can be 30% less expensive. For many, the Davis rental market is inaccessible. In addition, UC Davis is a regional job center. They are a large employer with many good faculty and staff positions. To afford to purchase a home in Davis, one must have a family income of over $200,000 a year. While just 20 miles away, the household income required to purchase a home is $90,000 a year. So what do we say to those that are trying to better their lives by attending or working at UC Davis? Do we offer them improved options for commuting back and forth? One day, 5 years from now, there will be someone on a true express bus traveling between Sacramento and Davis who looks out their window at the stop traffic that they're passing by and is actually happy that they are on the bus, that their commute time is shorter than those choosing to ride in a single occupancy vehicle. They will be happier that they are on this bus, but they will have no idea that you here today are the ones that made it possible. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And once a mayor, always a mayor. So thank you, Mayor Lee. We appreciate you being here today. We're going to hear next from Ruhama Tereda. And again, if I have mispronounced your name, I'm depending on you to help. Kurt Ferreira, and then Supervisor Lucas Frerichs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Executive Director Taylor. My name is Ruhama Tereda, and I'm here with the NorCal Carpenters Union. Behind me are just a few of the thousands of workers who build our roads, transit infrastructure, and housing. Like everyone else here, we want to build a more sustainable and resilient California transportation system. The YOLO 80 project is an important part of that vision. We acknowledge and commend the various ways in which this project has incorporated mitigation measures through bikeway enhancements and increasing transit services in the region. We wanted to take a moment to highlight a critical piece of this conversation. According to the 2023 draft mitigation plan for this project, the mitigation measure that would have had the greatest impact to reduce VMT is building housing. To minimize the environmental impact of California transportation planning while actively working toward connecting communities and improving the lives of working people in California, we need to build housing. To build a sustainable future, we have to look at the intersection of housing and transportation. We encourage the Commission to imagine and work toward a more comprehensive approach to sustainable transportation planning that not only identifies but prioritizes housing as part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tereda. We're going to hear next from Kurt Ferreira, followed by Supervisor Lucas Frerichs, followed by Kiana Valentine. Welcome, Mr. Ferreira.
And I'm out of Carpenters
I've worked on bridges, highways, and heavy concrete projects for 10 years and been a field rep for 9 years. I'm here to offer a comment in support of approving advanced funding for the Yolo 80 project. I believe in reducing travel times, easing congestion, and easing freight travel in our state. All commuters are threatened by over 1,000 collisions that have occurred in this corridor in the past 3 years. This project will improve the safety of commuters who travel on this corridor every day. I've traveled on this road many times and still do, just yesterday. This project accomplishes those goals in addition to ensuring that potentially dangerous environmental impacts are mitigated. These measures include expanding Capital Corridor and microtransit in Yolo County, growing the overall multimodal network in the Sacramento region. This project adds to the social and environmental vitality of the region. It is a step in the right direction. I urge you to approve advanced funding for this project. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferreira. We'll hear next from Supervisor Frerichs, followed by Kiana Valentine, followed by John Witalski. Hello, Supervisors. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Gordino. My name is Lucas Frerichs. I'm a member of the Yolo County Board of Supervisors, former council member and mayor of the city of Davis, a member of the Yolo Transportation District Board of Directors, Capital Corridor, JPA Board of Directors, as well as the former chair of SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments. I'm here to urge the Commission to approve staff recommendation and award the $105 million to the Yolo 80 project. There's a few items that I think I'm really excited about around this project. One project element I'm really excited about is the VMT mitigation strategy, which commits $9 million annually into improving transit and making it more affordable. That includes an annual commitment of $5 million to improve Capital Corridor rail service by adding 3 additional daily round trips between Martinez and Sacramento. It would also fund $1.3 million annually in transit pass subsidies to make Capital Corridor and other transit services more affordable. Unlike some mitigation measures, these are not one-time investments that will lapse after a couple of years. They will be fully funded by this TSEP grant for the first 3 years of operations, and after that, they will be funded by toll revenue in perpetuity. That is a very big shift in thinking for a highway project to fund transit operations in perpetuity, and we believe that we're one of the first, if not the first, freeway tolling project in California to explicitly dedicate all expected toll revenue programs that reduce VMT and improve transportation equity. We also know that we cannot meet our climate goals without increasing transit service, but in order to do that, we actually need to fund transit. It's not enough to simply say we should be funding transit without identifying a feasible, realistic plan for doing so. Projects like this one, which introduces freeway pricing for solo drivers and uses those revenues to fund transit operations, are an important first step in meeting our climate goals while continuing to provide mobility that our communities and economy rely upon. I also just want to give a quick shout out to the hardworking men and women members of Carpenters and Laborers International who do the work to build important projects like these. And I want to thank your staff and thank you all for your service. Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Supervisor, thank you. And we're going to make a request, which is hard because we know you all have so much valuable content that you're trying to jam into 2 minutes. But our hardworking translator is really having a hard time keeping up. And thank you. I'm going to slow down as I say thank you to our translator. So if we could slow down just a little bit. Ms. Valentine, I hope that's not too much pressure on you. So we're going to hear from Kiana Valentine, followed by John Witalski, followed by Mimi Holt. Welcome, Ms. Valentine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Kiana Valentine with Transportation California, one of a handful of representatives of the statewide transportation construction industry here in the room this afternoon in support of the advanced TSEP application for the Yolo 80 Managed Lanes project. I have written and rewritten my talking points on this project numerous times, not only because it's been agendized a handful of times, but because I struggle with what I want to focus on. Do I focus on all the many positive benefits of this project? Probably, but Autumn and the supervisors and mayors here have done an excellent job of that. Do I try to address some of the criticisms of the project? Probably that as well. And I think so I'll spend a little bit of time doing that. There's been some criticism that this project would exacerbate greenhouse gas emissions reductions and is somehow anti-climate change. And I find that not to be true. I think that this project balances the right amount of sustainability, social equity, economic benefits, and mobility. This is not just any old transportation project, a capacity project that we may have seen in decades past. It truly is not. Not only is it it's managed, it's helping facilitate the faster and more efficient movement of transit, which will incentivize mode shift. It is one of the first projects to get 743 analysis and mitigation. 43% of VMT are going to be mitigated through this project, $55 million to do so. 5 years ago, pre-SB 743 implementation, that mitigation number would have been 0. So this is not any old transportation project. It is taking climate and greenhouse gas emissions and VMT into consideration. And with that, I am out of time. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. Next, we will hear from John Switulski, then Mimi Holt, and then David Martinez. Welcome, Mr. Switulski, and again, if I've mispronounced your name, depending on you to correct me.
No, you got it right. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be before you again today. Again, John Switulski with the Rebuild SoCal Partnership. Our partnership consists of over 3,000 signatory contractors and 90,000 unionized workers throughout Southern California, represented by the laborers, carpenters, and operating engineers. We simply advocate for infrastructure investments that create jobs. We know that for every $1 billion invested in infrastructure, 15,000 jobs are created. We must continue to invest in infrastructure, Mr. Chair, while keeping an eye toward climate change, certainly. But we can't disinvest in our infrastructure. We can't disinvest in our workers, the foundation of our economy. It's a false equivalency to say that we cannot meet our climate change goals and not continue to invest in our roads, bridges, and highways. So we support the staff recommendation. We support your previous actions in improving projects, and we urge you to approve staff recommendation in this project here in front of you today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Switulski. We will hear next from Mimi Holt, followed by David Martinez, followed by Mark Vukcevic. Ms. Holt, welcome.
My name is Mimi Holt. I'm here as an individual concerned about how we as a state try to build our way to a habitable future, given that land is a finite resource. And the time of just adding more lanes is over. Open space is needed, housing is needed. I urge against advancing TSEP, and here's why. I attended urban planning at UCLA 24 years ago, and even back then it was common knowledge that widening streets only begets more congestion. Since the issue is congestion, it's past time to use space wisely and maybe move on from trucks and cars to rail, which can move many more goods and people than cars, buses, and trucks. With climate change, there are ample opportunities for jobs improving infrastructure all over California, including housing and street calming. There's tons of possibilities. And finally, I left my house in LA this morning at 5:50. It's about a 38-mile trip, and it took me 3.5 hours, 3 buses, and a train to get here. Just in case anyone's wondering where else the money could be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. We appreciate you traveling to join us today. We're going to be hearing next from David Martinez, then Mark Vukcevic, and Mark will be followed by Kevin Shin. Welcome, Mr. Martinez.
Chair, members of the commission. I'm probably the youngest person in the room today, and I just want to say this future generation of individuals is not in support of items that will be bad for our climate, be bad for my generation and for generations that follow me, things that don't support transit, don't support active transportation. This project, while it may have those things, why don't we just do those things and not do anything that will increase VMT and reduce our climate goals and our work towards those climate goals? We should be working towards having more transit, more active transportation, so that we can better improve our future. So I urge that the Commission not advance the TCEP funding for this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I thought I was the youngest person in the room, so we'll talk later about our ages. And I forgot to mention Mr. Martinez with Streets for All. Mark Vucevic with Streets for All, to be followed by Kevin Shen, to be followed by James Pugh. Welcome, Mr. Vucevic.
Good afternoon, committee and chair. My name is Mark Vucevic, Director of State Policy for Streets for All. I come here saddened today by the kind of state of our transportation system and the state of our conversation around it. It's sad to me that we have to mitigate the damages that we're doing to our climate, to our world, to the pollution we're going to be putting in people's lungs. I would encourage strongly the number of things that are being proposed to advance public transportation to be done. This could be done with a lane conversion to a bus rapid transit system. And secondarily, what would come from that is transit-oriented development, what's been spoken of a number of times. You have a high-frequency transit line. It saddens me that we have to mitigate all of the damages here. And so what I would encourage us to do is to reject this project. I would ask us to think about first converting an existing lane and get all of the benefits that come from that, all of the benefits that have been listed by staff by having a dedicated transit lane. And then, if you need to widen from there, you still have the opportunity to do that. To me, that's what responsible governance is doing an iterative, step-by-step approach and studying each step before you go to the most environmentally damaging option. The last thing I want to say, just for the record, is that I am a big supporter, both as an individual and my organization, for having every single person here have jobs, but I want those jobs to be for clean energy, clean transportation projects. There are better ways to do this than this project, and I encourage reconsideration to alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vucevic. Mr. Vucevic will be followed by Kevin Shen, followed by James Pugh, followed by Carter Rubin. Welcome, Mr. Shen.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Shin, and I'm the co-executive director of California Walks. Our organization has advocated for more than 20 years to make all communities in California more livable through better access to safe streets and transportation choice. I'm speaking today to oppose the advancement of projects like YOLO 80 because this project and other freeway projects run counter to the stated goals of the leadership of this state to work towards a more sustainable and climate-friendly future. Instead of allocating funds towards more sustainable transportation choices for our communities and innovating towards better freight movement options, we continue to pour funds into programs that fund only status quo ideas, which lock people into driving as their only choice for getting around their communities and our state. Where we choose to spend our funds is a direct reflection of our values. When we focus spending on addressing symptoms, we often lose sight of funding real solutions to the underlying problem. In the past, I've heard each of the commissioners speak about their desire to help the state reach our climate change mitigation goals. But as motor vehicle traffic continues to be one of the largest contributors to GHG emissions, if we continue to spend money on projects that not only fail to mitigate traffic, but may actually worsen it, as the mitigation plan for YOLO 80 appears to show, then we are failing our values. I also hope that we all understand there is not a zero-sum choice between jobs, the climate, and the health and safety of our communities. We all want those jobs for our communities, but we can allocate those jobs towards projects that do more to advance our greater goals. Several comments this afternoon have referenced a more holistic approach that integrates housing and transportation. I couldn't agree more, but the current proposed project doesn't accomplish that. Thank you to the commissioners and Director Taylor for hearing my comments today. I appreciate the difficult choice that you all have ahead of you. I hope that you'll reflect on the long-term implications of your vote today and make the decision that helps keep California progressing towards a better future for all.
And you nailed it on the time as well. Mr. Shen, thank you. Mr. Shen will be followed by James Pugh, followed by Carter Rubin, followed by Kenneth Cow. Mr. Pugh, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'll be speaking on behalf of NextGen California. I want to start my comments with a set of values that NextGen holds, and I think that many of us agree on. We want to be partners in helping to create many high-quality jobs across the state. And we believe that the efficient movement of goods and people are foundations of a thriving state and regional economy. We also value clean air and understand that in order to meet our climate goals, we will need to build and maintain a transportation system that reduces traffic and pollution and serves all Californians. It truly saddens me to say that the project before the Commission today fails to meet these values. In its current form, the Yolo 80 project will only serve to increase traffic and pollution. This is acknowledged in the Commission's drafted statement of overriding considerations, which states that Caltrans plans to mitigate only half of the traffic generated by this project. Despite this, Caltrans has tried to sell this project on a false promise of traffic reduction. In truth, the agency has failed to put forward a solution that will provide its constituents with greater mobility and access to opportunity, that will reduce traffic and create jobs. And despite desperate calls from residents, state agencies, staff, and NGOs to fix this project. If this is how Caltrans intends to carry out its obligation to mitigate traffic, we aren't going to get there. Instead, California will continue to be plagued by traffic, long commutes, and air pollution, all of which disproportionately impact our vulnerable and frontline communities. And we will not reach our climate goals. I encourage the Commission not to advance TSIP funding for this project. Thank you.
Mr. Pugh, thank you for joining us today. Next is Carter Rubin with the NRDC, followed by Kenneth Cow with MTC, and followed by Manny Leon with the California Alliance for Jobs. Welcome, Mr. Rubin.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you to the Commission for the time to speak on this item. Thanks to CTC staff for helping keep us organized and informed on this agenda. And thanks to OCTA for hosting us. I appreciate the hospitality today. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission. I'm going to speak slow for our interpreter. I want to respectfully express NRDC's opposition to the advanced programming of TSIP funding for the Yolo 80 corridor project. With my time, I just want to emphasize one point among many, and that is by adopting a statement of overriding considerations, Caltrans is choosing to mitigate less than half of the induced VMT. And to me, that's unfortunate because that means they will be depriving residents and workers in this corridor of additional investment that they could have seen in transit, in affordable housing, and active transportation that those communities deserve if they had fully mitigated the impacts. And that means because the VMT will not be fully mitigated, trucks along this corridor will continue to be stuck in congestion, and the stated benefits of the project will not be realized and will not be aligned with the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program's objectives. So I respectfully urge a no vote, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Rubin, thank you for traveling to be with us today. Next is going to be Kenneth Cow with MTC, followed by Manny Leon, followed by Joshua Arce. Mr. Cow, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Wanted to appreciate the comments today and also thank you to the interpreters. I am here with MTC and also representing the Northern California Mega Region Working Group. The Northern California Mega Region Working Group is a partnership of 12 Northern California elected officials comprised of 4 members from the MTC, SACOG, Sacramento area, as well as the San Joaquin Council of Governments. The Mega Region includes nearly 11 million people, and the group's mission is to tackle shared transportation challenges and to better connect the people and economies of the Mega Region. As such, we've adopted what we call a group of 12 projects, the Mega Region Dozen, which collectively works to improve interregional travel among our region. And therefore, with that, the Mega Region does support the advancement of $105 million from Cycle 4 of TSIP. We do believe that this project will promote interregional travel, and therefore, we would like to extend our support for the project. Thank you.
Mr. Cal, thank you for traveling to join us today. Next, Manny Leon with the California Alliance for Jobs, followed by Joshua Arce, and those are currently all the cards that I have in writing. If it remains that way, we will pivot next to people participating virtually. Welcome, Mr. Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Manny Leon, California Alliance for Jobs. I want to first align my comments with many of those testifying in support today for the I-80 allocations. We ask for approval of staff's funding recommendations. This project will bring much-needed multimodal improvements to this corridor that is heavily traveled on by workers, students, transit, and businesses transporting goods to and from the Sacramento region to the Bay Area. Specifically, staff reports indicate that completing this project will provide improved traffic throughput for all motorists, improved travel time, enhanced safety measures, and additionally, funding and completing I-80 project will provide significant freight benefits for this corridor. There's also significant funding for mitigation impacts that many of us have spoke to today, so I will pass. But more than anything, I've stood here before this commission, before this body, and commented on how we need to be accountable to the taxpayers of California, and we need to preserve the intent of our transportation funding programs. This project checks all the boxes, meets all the eligibility requirements, and is included in ASACOG's SCS. These are exactly the type of projects that we should be moving forward with in California, projects that benefit everyone. Furthermore, supporting this project will create jobs. Approving funding today will lead to the creation of well-paying union jobs. In a period where we are experiencing ongoing increases in cost of living expenses, the creation of well-paying construction jobs will provide opportunities to many. And for that, we ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Mr. Leon, thank you. And before Joshua Arce starts, I want to let folks know that our ex officio member of the California Transportation Commission representing the state Senate, Transportation Chair David Cortese, has been online for a while to participate in today's meeting. We know they had session and committee meetings this morning. We want to thank him for joining us, as we always benefit greatly from our ex officio members. Welcome, Senator Cortese. With that, and thank you for your indulgence, I just wanted people to know the senator was online. We will now be hearing from Joshua Arce. Another card was turned in. We'll be hearing after Joshua from Jason Baez. And again, Joshua Arce with the Northern California Laborers. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Guardino, commissioners, and to California Senate Transportation Committee Chair Cortese, who's on virtually. Just saying thank you on behalf of our 30,000 members at the Northern California Laborers Union, here to say a little bit of what's been said, I think particularly by other laborers and carpenters union members and leaders who've come up, which is, again, just the acknowledgement of something that I think is maybe defined by all of the above. You're taking an all-of-the-above approach to California's transportation system, acknowledging that particularly this corridor of YOLO I-80 plays such an important role in our economy. You've heard so many elements of feedback around safety, that this project will advance safety considerations, air quality, and environmental benefits, and of course the creation of good union construction jobs, I think really speaks to the fact that it really is important to advance, obviously, multimodality like this project does. You've heard it from staff. That's critical and key to the idea of all of the above. So just lending our voices to those that you've heard in strongly and emphatically encouraging you to move forward, say yes today on this item and the others that will follow. We really appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Our last in-room speaker card, unless that changes, Jason Baez with Laborers International. Welcome, Mr. Baez.
Thank you, Honorable Commission. My name is Jason Baez, and I stand here today on behalf of the hardworking men and women of Laborers International Union of North America, and it is extremely necessary for us to continue to make investments in our road, bridges, and overpasses. We must also make big investments in public transportation infrastructure such as rail lines, walking, and biking paths. All types of infrastructure are extremely important to the tax-paying citizens and their families who keep our great country operating and progressing forward. Our state has made great progress with clean water, air, and addressing climate change, which is important for our state in the next generation. At the same time, though, it is important for us to make our state highways safer for drivers. And so I ask the Commission today to please move the I-80 YOLO project forward so that we may continue to meet California's transportation and climate goals. And in closing, no offense to my fellow countrymen, but here in California, we are known for being hard workers, active lifestyles, and rapid growth. We desperately need transportation projects to keep up with our fast-paced lifestyles. Thank you so much.
Mr. Baez, thank you. Unless, Mr. Remedios, unless we have other in-room speaker cards, we will transition to people participating virtually, where I think we have at least a dozen speakers, and we're going to turn it to Justin. Again, for those participating virtually, welcome. We thank you. We are setting up the same 2-minute clock for you as well, asking again that you keep in mind our hardworking translators as you pace your comments. Justin?
Yes, thank you, Chair Guardino. We will now move to our virtual attendees. I'd like to first call on Olin Woods. Olin Woods, you have now are free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
All right. Houston, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Chair Guardino and Commissioners. Olin Woods here with the Yolo County Transportation District Citizens Advisory Committee, and I'm here today to support the staff's recommendation regarding the Yolo 80 Trade Corridor Enhancement Project. And Chair Guardino, I do intend to engage and not enrage with my comments. Your encouragement in that regard is so important, and thank you. Well, it's clear that something needs to be done to address the congestion problems on the Yolo 80. And in my view, and not everybody's view in the room, I know, the plan proposed by the Yolo Transportation District and Caltrans is pretty near perfect. Drawing on Caltrans' experience in the Bay Area and Southern California, the district and the department proposed something novel for the Sacramento region, adding a managed lane in each direction, which would combine an HOV lane, a toll lane, a transit lane, and possibly for electric vehicles, maybe a free or reduced fee lane. I believe this project has it all, as attested to in the acceptance of the Caltrans EIR by Federal Highways, Federal EPA, and the California Air Resources Board. The YOLO 80 proposal will provide better air quality, carbon footprint reduction, improved transit ridership, and reduced travel times for all users in all 4 lanes. Also, Caltrans has agreed to direct all toll funds to transit, capital corridor, bike ped projects, and equity programs. This is a balanced, practical approach, and I hope the commissioners will look favorably on it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for participating virtually. Our next speaker.
Up next, we have Ababa Rahman Davies.
Hi, my name is Abby, and I'm also a young person, so shout out to the young people. I'm a transportation policy advocate with Transform, an organization that works on transportation, housing, and climate in the state of California. I want to thank the commissioners for taking my comment today. Today, I'm calling for the commission not to advance TSEP funding for the YOLO 80 Improvements Project. This project is incompatible with California meeting its climate goals and will not reduce traffic. As highlighted by the Air Resources Board and numerous CEQA comments from NGOs, residents, and experts, Caltrans relied on flawed modeling that led to erroneous conclusions about traffic, greenhouse emissions, air quality, and energy impacts of this project. The final document has not corrected many of these errors, leaving the public without a full disclosure of the project's likely impacts. Additionally, Caltrans ignored key alternatives from its analysis of the project, including this alternative detailed in SACOG's plan for meeting regional climate targets, which plans for 2 express lanes on the Yolo 80 corridor. Failing to consider this alternative is a clear violation of Caltrans' own guidelines. To meet our climate goals, we need to build a transportation system in ways that reduce our traffic and pollution and provide all Californians with better mobility and access to opportunity. Finally, I want to say that this project is the subject of a serious whistleblower complaint, one that made national news and defies SACOG's regional sustainability plan. We should not be fast-tracking such a controversial project for funding approval, especially as the same project, Caltrans included this project in its applications for the 2022 TCEP funding, where it was ranked as a bottom priority. So once again, I'm calling for the commission to not advance TCEP funding for the Yolo 80 improvements project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rahman Davis, for calling in. Justin, our next speaker.
Up next, we have Patrick Boileau.
I'm sorry, could you repeat his last name so that I can show him the respect he deserves?
I believe it's pronounced Boileau.
Boileau, but you're very close. Yes, Patrick Boileau. I'm the Deputy Political Director with the Operating Engineers Local 3, and in respect for the Commission's time, I'm going to address all 4 items, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and we are urging the Commission to approve all 4 items today. These are going to be good jobs for operating engineers as well as carpenters and laborers. But additionally, it's going to be a regional improvement to transportation. I'm based here in the Bay Area, and as part of my job in politics, I frequently have to go up to Sacramento for meetings. Like many of the other folks in the room there, I've sat in that traffic. You know exactly when you get into Yolo County because it narrows down to 3 lanes and it all slows down. So again, urging the Commission to approve items 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for joining us remotely. Justin?
Up next, we have Sofia Rafikova.
Thank you. Ms. Rafikova, when you start, we'll start.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Sofia Rafikova with the Coalition for Clean Air. As a resident of Sacramento who frequently travels along the Yolo 80 corridor, I strongly urge you today not to approve the Yolo 80 Managed Lanes project. The project will not reduce congestion and improve travel times as it claimed, but it will worsen air quality and impact the health of people like me. This project is being recommended because it will improve freight throughput. Not only is this contrary to the claim that this project will reduce congestion when it increases the number of trucks on the road, but these trucks will generate a significant amount of air pollution in counties that are already failing to meet Clean Air Act standards. Diesel trucks are responsible for over half of ozone and particulate matter pollution created by vehicles, exposure to which can lead to asthma, lung cancer, heart disease, and even premature death. Chronic exposure to both pollutants is particularly harmful to children and the elderly, which is especially concerning since there are elementary schools and nursing centers just a few miles away from the project area. Given all of this, are those additional truck trips worth the lives and health of over 1 million Californians? This project will not only impact our health, but it will also worsen our quality of life. This project will increase traffic, as shown by a significant increase in VMT and the EIR, which will only prolong commutes from Davis to Sacramento, making workers miss precious times with their families. While the project proposes transit and bikeway improvements, as stated by the project proponents, this project will mitigate less than half of its total induced VMT, meaning that traffic will continue to increase even with all of the mitigation measures in place. If this project truly wanted to reduce congestion, it would have considered tolling the existing lanes without further expanding the freeway. Finally, this project will cause irreversible damage to our environment. The additional traffic will increase the amount of GHG emissions released into the atmosphere, undermining the hard work done by our state to reach our climate targets. Transitioning to zero-emission vehicles will not be enough to undo this harm, as research shows that climate change will continue to exacerbate as long as we expand our freeways. For the sake of your children and grandchildren who will inherit this polluted planet, I strongly urge you to reconsider funding this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And we gave you just a few extra seconds as you were, I believe, on your last sentence. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Ravikova. virtually. Our next virtual participant?
Up next, we have Hannah Krieger.
Hi, everyone. Hannah Krieger with the Green Lining Institute. I call on the commission to not advance the TSEP funding for the YOLO 80 project. I could not agree more with fellow public commenters who say that transportation investments create jobs and advance economic opportunities. However, not all transportation projects are created equal. Expanding highways has proven again and again to pollute our air, and it does not actually reduce traffic. It just creates more. It's absolutely critical that we do create jobs and improve the movement of people and goods by building transportation infrastructure. But we must do this in a way that does not expand highways due to the well-documented harmful impacts. The YOLO 80 pavement rehab project has been improperly piecemealed from the YOLO 80 corridor improvement project. The use of streamlined maintenance funds to expand a roadway is an abuse of SHOP funds and a CEQA violation. It is inappropriate to advance the funds to this project ahead of more viable projects when its legality is in question. The traffic and environmental analysis backing this project have serious, well-documented deficiencies, as does Caltrans' proposed mitigation plan. I want to push back on the notion that we should be celebrating that half of the traffic of this project will be mitigated. We should not be using public dollars to cause harm and then half-heartedly mitigate that harm. And just because there are some multimodal components of this project, that does not mitigate the harmful impacts of the highway expansion component. And to speak to the claim that we need an all-of-the-above transportation approach, for the past century, cars and highways have taken up the vast majority of all investments, which has caused polluted air, poorly designed cities, dangerous roads, and contributions to climate change. Highways and cars have already been the top funding priority for too long, and look where it's led us, a broken transportation system. So we can't continue to do the same thing. To address our many issues at hand, we have to have a fundamental shift in the way that we think about our transportation investments. I therefore urge the Commission to not advance the TSEP funding for this project.
Thank you, Ms. Krieger. And you were right on 2 minutes. Justin?
Up next, we have Catherine Long.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Long. I am a member of the general public with no affiliations. As someone born and raised in Sacramento who graduated from UC Davis, I am intimately familiar with the area in question to the YOLO 80 improvement project. It is for this reason that I speak on behalf of the community when I say that I am strongly opposed to advancing TSEP funding for this blatantly illegal make-work project that misappropriates public funding in a flagrant violation of California environmental guidelines. This is a wasteful project that is fundamentally opposed to the climate goals of California, which Caltrans has an obligation to meet. Yet, Caltrans makes it clear in the environmental impact report that they have made no effort to even try to reach those climate goals. Caltrans has recommended a plan that, by their own estimate, only mitigates an estimated 43% of new VMT, yet the agency expects a free pass for this misfire of a project and has already begun construction under the guise of maintenance, which is highly illegal. The concept of induced demand is understandable to a toddler with the simple adage, if you build it, they will come. Yet Caltrans seems to believe that the increase in VMT by this project will somehow lead to a decrease in emissions, which is obviously false wishful thinking that should not be guiding our transportation planning. There's nothing about this project that is unique in any way, shape, or form that would suggest it would have different results than other freeway expansion projects. The simple fact of the matter is that there is no magical asphalt that can be poured which will mitigate the environmental and social harm of freeway widening. This is not the 1950s anymore, and even a layperson such as myself fully understands that freeway expansions do immeasurable harm to our communities and only exacerbate the issues of the present. If the Commission wishes to decrease travel times and improve freight transit along the causeway, then they would be better served by putting every penny towards improving the Central Corridor Amtrak line. This Amtrak line is the busiest in the nation, yet it is not receiving funding that it needs to reflect this fact, with the Causeway Bike Path likewise receiving a paltry sum. The only way to reduce traffic is to reduce the number of cars on the road, which is something that pouring asphalt will never do, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Justin, our next
Up next,
speaker.
we have Michael Volek.
Thank you, Commission. Mike Bullock, I live in Oceanside, California, and I oppose this project. We should all oppose any additional lanes of any type, including managed lanes. California has a 2030 climate stabilization climate mandate It is SB 32. California also has an official plan to achieve SB 32. You cannot ignore the plan, according to rulings obtained by Attorney General Harris when she had California join a lawsuit against Sandag's freeway widening regional transportation plan. She won. You therefore cannot ignore the CARB scoping plan. That plan calls for a 25% reduction in VMT by 2030 with respect to 2019. It shows the measures that will reduce VMT by that amount. Since we must have 25% less driving in 2030 with respect to 2019, there is no need for more lanes. You are assuming that CARB will fail and California will fail and that you can ignore SB 32. More lanes of any type will increase VMT. The congestion level will not get worse. It will not get better. It will return and it will be the same congestion level. Induced traffic means congestion will always return to its original value, but we'll have more VMT. What we need is 25% less VMT by 2030. That's very soon with respect to 2019. That plan is very clear, and clearly
I'm
you
sorry,
are
Mr.
ignoring it.
Bobick, Mr. Bobick, your time is up. I had given you several extra seconds until you started a new sentence, so we're going to have to be fair to everyone. Thank you very much for calling in. Justin?
Up next, we have Ralph Proper.
Yes, this is Ralph Proper. I'm a retired air pollution research specialist of the Air Resources Board. I'm on the board of the Environmental Council of Sacramento and Breathe, California. Sacramento region is in the top 10 in terms of air pollution. If we had the same emissions that you would in Orange County, we'd have ozone twice as bad. Faster traffic actually makes ozone worse. But the main thing I want to say is that the EIR that Caltrans came up with has inadequate accounting of increased vehicle miles traveled, in large part due to the induced demand, and the estimate of air pollutant emissions is therefore greatly underestimated. The main concern that I think we have is that in spite of the fact that two governmental agencies proposed that the EIR consider converting additional lanes to toll lanes, this was not considered in the alternatives. SACOG, the regional planning agency, and where I used to work, the ARB, Air Resources Board, proposed additional lanes for that purpose. Basically, under SB 743, there's supposed to be a demonstration of how you can fully mitigate the impact of any additional lanes. That could conceivably be done by converting additional lanes to toll lanes. But right now, according to SACOG staff with CAPTA, there's very little funds that would be available for public transit or other mitigations possible. So additionally, the SACOG has a mandate by the state to reduce GHG emissions by 19% by 2035. And this would basically prevent that from occurring. Thank you very much. We're opposed to the project.
Sir, thank you for dialing in. Justin, our next virtual participant.
Up next, we have Steve Bertlbo.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Steve Bertlbo, Chair of the Transportation and Land Use Coalition of Sonoma County. I occasionally make trips to Sacramento and I get tied up in a lot of traffic. I would much rather be able to ride the train. I would much rather see the money that's being proposed for this widening would go into increasing the number of trains that we got on the tracks and extending them to Novato so that those of us that live in Sonoma County can ride the train. I appreciate the fact that you've got a lot of legacy projects, and this is one. And it's very difficult to tell labor unions that times have changed. We need to reduce our vehicle miles traveled. We need to stop widening roads. A lot of other people have pointed out all the reasons why this is a totally unnecessary expenditure, and it shouldn't be made. We should convert one of the existing lanes so that the buses can travel on it. That would happen more quickly, could be done in a very short time. So I recommend that we not fund this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bertelbaugh. Justin?
Up next, we have Volek Tang.
Hi, good afternoon. Volek Tang with the American Council of Engineering Companies. We agree with the comments stated by Transportation California and support the staff's recommendation to approve the YOLO 80 Corridor Improvements Project and advance the Trade Corridor Enhancements Program. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Okay, and so far, just everyone, that was the record at 11 seconds.
Yes.
Thank you for dialing in. Justin?
Up next, we have Ana Gonzalez.
Hello, Commissioners. Ana Gonzalez again. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to point out that I am an EAC member, but I am speaking on behalf of my title as Executive Director of the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice in opposition of this project. Given the history that we've had in the Inland Empire where I am from, Yolo County is a representation of what the Inland Empire used to look like many years ago. And with freeway expansions and more freeway projects, we have created conditions for warehouse influx and diesel death zones. So I am afraid that the same conditions are being created for Yolo County residents. I want to emphasize that we need to look at the 30 by 30 initiative by the governor and the state of California and see if the Yolo County and the Transportation Authority has looked into that in preserving the ag land that's around this project. And I've seen many comment letters where mitigations is an issue and they don't go far enough. Essentially, you cannot put a price on the health of the residents by creating more diesel dead zones with expansions. And so therefore, even with the benefits of the goods movement, you will never be able to pay the price of the health of your community and the residents of this county. And so given as a Inland Empire resident, we now sit with the worst air quality in the nation and want to prevent that from Yolo County residents of experiencing that awful condition. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Dustin?
Up next, we have Matt Dolkich. Matt Dolkich, you're free to mute yourself and make a comment at this time.
Yes, hello, and thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Matt Dulcich. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning for UC Davis Health. On behalf of the University of California, Davis, we are very supportive of the Interstate 80 Tolled Managed Lanes project being proposed by the California Department of Transportation, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, and the Yolo Transportation District. For UC Davis, the project would better connect the main Davis campus with the UC Davis Sacramento Medical Campus and with broader locations and activities in the Sacramento region. Cross-collaboration and public outreach are a hallmark of the UC Davis ethos. Researchers and students, physicians and community clinics, entrepreneurial startup activity, and many more examples all benefit from in-person collaboration. Connecting UC Davis to Sacramento allows our thousands of students and thousands of employees to better serve our UC mission of teaching, research, public service, and patient care. This project is an example of working together from different viewpoints, strategically planning a win-win project, and collaboration across multiple levels of government, including local, state, federal, and higher education, all working together. This project represents a long-term vision for the Yolo 80 corridor. and advances a new type of project for California. By bundling a proposed road improvement with multimodal benefits and targeted mitigation spending for additional multimodal and equity benefits, we are anticipating a project that will succeed early. Longer term, this project may be an example for additional congested corridors to consider lane pricing along with multimodal benefits. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments, and on behalf of UC Davis, please approve this action and the related actions before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Dulcich. Came in right on time as well. Justin?
Up next, we have Moise Mir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Moise Mir speaking on behalf of Climate Plan in opposition to the project, in alignment with many of our network members who have already spoken, such as comments made by Streets for All, NextGen, NRDC Greenlining, Coalition for Clean Air, and so many others, as well as our regional partners in Sacramento, the people who are going to be impacted by this project. What do we know? We know that mitigation is an acceptance of the costs, the externalities that this project will induce, at a time when we all know that VMT is increasing in regions across California, counter to the state's climate goals, and crucially, counter to the public health and equity needs of our communities. We think that this project needs to be better thought through if it actually wants to take VMT reduction seriously, and so can't support moving forward on this project as is. And in addition to that implementation piece, have concerns about the implementation of mitigation measures. How and when will mitigation funds incorporate equity considerations? Will it be a delayed benefit after the damage induced by this project has already been done? And I want to just take a moment to speak to you for a moment as a young person and a lifelong Sacramentan. Sacramento has faced in recent years numerous attempts at freeway expansions in our community, and recent elections have turned down SACOG's proposed projects that increase VMT because as members of the Sacramento community, we know that this isn't something we want. This is something that is going to cost our communities. And we know that sustainability isn't a zero-sum game. We can do better than just half measures and mitigations of the impacts that we know these actions are going to cost us. So please do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you calling in. Justin, our next speaker.
Up next, we have Thomas Stollard.
Thank you. This is Tom Stallard. I'm a 22-year office holder, Yolo County Supervisor in the past, Woodland City Council in the present. I sit on the Yolo Transportation District Board. I'm a former 18-year member of SACOG as well. I urge your supporting of this project. It has been given considerable thought in terms of benefits to our region. I ask you to recall that this is the only freeway link between the Bay Area and the Sacramento region. There's not even a surface street route alternative because of the geography of our region. So everyone needs to move in this area. I sympathize with so many things that are being said by others who oppose the project, but I believe in transit, but transit does not work for everyone. Some people have to drop children off at schools, at daycare. They have to hit the grocery store to get food for dinner. They can't be moving from bus to bus to bus. So we really need to be able to have this corridor function for everybody. Again, I urge your support for the project. I thank you all for your time.
Councilmember Stallard, thank you for calling in, sir. Justin?
Up next, we have Lexi Hernandez.
Hello, this is Lexi Hernandez with Climate Action Campaign. We are a local climate policy nonprofit here in Southern California, and we are here like so many other community members and community organizations to urge you all to not move forward on this project. If we want to equitably address climate change and create solutions that build the just, sustainable communities that we all want, we need projects that address community needs while also reducing emissions. And as you've heard from so many others, this project will not do that. I will just leave it there because I know this meeting is already going really long, but we urge you just to not move forward on this project and listen to what community members, especially environmental justice communities, have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Justin?
Up next, we have Charles Denon.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to the commission for hearing all our comments. My name is Charles Dinan. I live in Los Angeles County. I'm here to ask the commission to not approve the TCEP funding for the YOLO I-80 Causeway expansion. This proposed project does not come close to mitigating the increased traffic congestion and air pollution that it will cause in the region. Please do not proceed with this freeway widening, as it will only induce demand for gasoline and personal vehicle usage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you calling in. Justin?
Up next, we have Yusuf Kadechi.
Good evening, California Transportation Commission. My name is Yusuf Kadesh. I lead a Strong Towns OC local chapter, and I'm also part of the Sunrise Movement, Orange County. Thank you for the time to hear us today. I'll try to keep it short. I respectfully express my strong opposition to this project. It is upsetting for me to see a freeway widening project being greenwashed into a pro-climate, multimodal, and equity thinking project through superficial mitigation measures when we know the disastrous consequences that come with ineffective freeway widenings. Albert Einstein once said that the definition of insanity is attempting to do the same thing again and again and expecting different results. I say that induced demand is real. Research has consistently demonstrated that one more lane does not fix traffic. It is a Band-Aid solution that consumes so much public resources at the expense of other multimodal infrastructure. This is what Jeannie Ward Waller understood, who was recently fired for addressing this. The transportation sector is the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of California, and we are dramatically falling behind on our goals. The CTC plays a critical role in the fight to preserve a planet for future generations, such as myself, which I am a part of. And this project is in total antithesis to that objective. The CTC is one of the most powerful jurisdictions in the state to address the climate crisis, and yet continues to fail to lead in this regard through projects such as these. It is genuinely disheartening. I support unions and everything they do to contribute in the improvement of working conditions for working class Americans. However, I want our workers to work green jobs that support a clean transition for future generations. They are integral to resolving the climate crisis. I kindly ask the commission to reject this project, which is a disaster for progress on climate and equity and will fail to address congestion. Let's learn from Mr. Einstein's words and stop this practice of wasteful, ineffective, and deeply inequitable highway widenings. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, sir. Justin?
Up next, we have Sona Durarian.
Hi, I'm sorry. I think I accidentally raised my hand. I have no comments.
Thank you. That is okay. That happens. We appreciate you participating. Who is next?
Up next, we have Marcus Owens. Marcus Owens, you're free to unmute yourself and comment at this time. Marcus Owens, you're now muted. We can hear you. If you'd like to wish to speak. You may be having connection issues.
Yes. Mr. Owens, you may want to dial back in. We'll certainly take you.
Pardon us, logistic challenges. Up next, I'd like to call on John Citizen.
Okay.
John Citizen, you have unmuted yourself. You're free to comment. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you at this time. He has muted himself. And, aside from Marcus Owens, that would conclude all, all right, we're going to try Marcus one more time.
Oh, goodness.
We can barely hear you, Marcus. It's coming in a little garbled. I think you're,
Mr. Owens, your connection, yeah, Mr. Owens, your connection is not coming through. If you're anywhere near where you can type, if you're traveling, if you can safely pull over and type in your comments, we'll read them into the record, but your connection is not coming through, sir. Okay. Thank you.
okay, so that concludes all virtual hand raises that we see at this time.
Great.
We did receive one written comment from our virtual attendees, which I will now read on their behalf.
Please.
This comes from Ellen Fox. They write, I would like to state my objection to the YOLO 80 managed lanes project. 1, additional highway lanes lead to more cars, more traffic, and more accidents, induced demand. Additional air pollution is also created. 2, the YOLO 80 project is currently under audit for possibly violating the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA. 3, the project did not set aside enough funding to incorporate an environmental justice component to address the equity issue of having tolled lanes. Let's protect our children's futures by decreasing the number of cars on freeways, therefore decreasing pollution and car accidents. No on the YOLO 80 managed lanes project. Thank you. And that concludes all comments received for this item at this time.
Great. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing then. Of course, if Mr. Owens is typing something, we'll certainly read that into the record, promise that. But there are no more cards in the room, no more speakers online. So we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 17. And I would ask if commission colleagues have comments or questions, including comments or questions to our staff team. Yes, so I see past Chair Eager, Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I actually have a question for Autumn. Should still be there. Yes, thank you. I think I explained at the toll hearing, I was one of those that used the Causeway 5 days a week for 3 years, and did try to take the bus. I went to law school at Davis and did an internship downtown Sacramento at the DA's office. Being late to the internship, the judges were not happy when you're late there. Even worse, at the law school, they lock the doors if you're late. And it was twice that I tried it and was late both times. So I'm hoping that students now will take that bus if it's quicker and gets them from one place to another more easily. What's the plan for adding additional electric buses, hydrogen buses? Because if we do anticipate that there's going to be a higher ridership, which I would, people tried to do it before, that we need to have that plan for those additional buses in the future.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Former Chair, for the question. So currently, our Causeway Connection service, which is our service that goes between the UC Davis main campus and the UC Davis Medical Center campus in Sacramento, that actually operates on a fully electric fleet. Those buses were funded by Electrify America. So currently, that is a fully electric service. As part of CARB zero emission mandate, we are transitioning our entire fleet to zero emission buses by 2035. So we currently have those 8 buses, and we are working on procuring additional charging capacity at our yard in Woodland. So in the future, we do anticipate that it will be fully electric, but many of the trips we make now already are. And with regard to how the toll revenue would be spent, we're actually primarily looking at spending it on toll operations as opposed to purchasing new vehicles. And that what that would do is allow, right now, the backbone of our system, in addition to the Causeway Connection, is our Route 42, which goes, right now, it's once an hour all day, except for at peak hour, it's every 30 minutes. What this funding would do from the toll revenue would allow it to be 30 minutes all day. And what we know is that with the university, students don't go just at 9 o'clock in the morning and come back at 5 in the afternoon. We actually have demand, all day and into the evening.
Yeah.
So this will allow us to better meet that demand.
Thank you.
Great. And I failed to mention, as Senate Transportation Chair Dave Cortese, our ex officio member, is virtual. Sir, if you do want to weigh in at any point with your perspective, now that we're hearing from commissioners, please just let us know so that we can recognize you. We're going to go next to Commissioner Cruz, then Commissioner Tiffany and past Chair Norton.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. And let me thank first everybody who stepped up today and voiced their concerns or support for this project. It's vital to this process that we hear all concerns about these types of projects. Me being a lifelong Sacramento resident, I've been, on this corridor thousands of times, and I've been stuck in traffic thousands of times. This corridor is unique in a sense that was reiterated, is that there are a very limited number of access points across the causeway. You have I-80, which we're discussing today. You have I-5, which is 6 miles or 7 miles north. And you may have SR-12, which is 30 miles to the south in Rio Vista. The causeway and the agricultural lands associated with the causeway, as well as the environmental preservation elements associated with that causeway, are vital. And there's been a lot of funding and a lot of investments to make that a success. Part of this corridor we discussed is folks who drive every day, and sometimes, unfortunately, from Sacramento or West Sacramento into San Francisco to work. And many are wearing orange and yellow every single morning because they can't afford to live where they work in the Bay Area. And that was touched upon by my fellow commissioner, Jay Bradshaw, as well as folks on the dais, about the need to bring more affordable housing online in those areas. And maybe that will help address these concerns. It's also, one of the agricultural capitals of California, and produces agricultural goods that the state of California relies on for our economic success. And if you drive on that corridor before the sun comes up, you see agricultural trucks, you see construction trucks, and you see folks driving into the Bay Area. And this traffic is both ways, mind you, because it is also, it doesn't slow down on the weekends, because on the weekends, it's the access points from folks coming from the Bay Area to Lake Tahoe, and folks in the Central Valley or Sacramento Valley going into Napa or into San Francisco. So there are very few options besides making these type of improvements to these corridors that will help commuters. And I commend the partners of both District 3, Yolo County Transit District, and SACOG for their due diligence and their efforts to move this project forward and allowing it to be a model for VMT mitigation and the $55 million that's being invested into transit in that area. I know that firsthand that prior to COVID, the Capitol Corridor was one of the fastest growing rail lines in the U.S. And we took Capitol Corridor, my family took Capitol Corridor a lot to get to San Francisco and still will, in the future. And those investments are going to be huge for people and hopefully for workers when they come back into the workplace, both in San Francisco and Sacramento, both ways. So I'm excited about those opportunities as well. And I just want to end with this. As much as we talk about our goals, and I think we're, as a commission, all on board with the governor's goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've supported advanced clean truck rules, advanced clean car rules that will take us to zero emission by 2035. What becomes more frustrating is how do we get there and move commuters from gas-burning cars to zero-emission cars without making these type of investments? That wasn't brought up today. It should be brought up today, but it's important because we can't turn our back on sort of the all of the above approach to get Californians where they want to be without discounting our environmental investments and not doing what we can to improve our environment. So I'm proud to support this project, and I'll make a motion to support it at the appropriate time. But it's good for the environment. It's good for jobs. And those type of projects that allow for this type of mitigation should be looked at as a model, and this is one of them.
Commissioner Cruz, thank you for weighing in and for foreshadowing as well your intent. Commissioner Tiffany, then former Chair Norton, and then I'm just going to go to Chair Cortese in case he wanted to weigh in remotely. Oh, Vice Chair, I didn't. Oh, I see, because too many lights are on. Forgive me.
Go last, like, before you go.
Oh, sure.
If I could ask you, I know we like to show that we're, but once we turn on the mic, people online can't hear, so take it over the background with this one.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I have a few comments, and then I have a couple questions for Autumn. First of all, I will refer back to something I heard at the tolling event last month in Sacramento, where a speaker said that this was not an either-or project. And I think that's very important, and I made comments about this morning. I think that, you know, these are very difficult issues that we're dealing with, whether it be climate change or housing or traffic. But I think, I believe strongly there has to be a balancing of goals. And I see this project as addressing the environment. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. And I understand the comments that we've heard against this project, but it doesn't address the environment in terms of allowing for more transit, better bike path, but it also addresses things like traffic, congestion, safety, movement of ag goods, helping the economy, addressing social equity goals, and of course jobs as well. Although I am a strong believer that this does strike a good balance, I did want to ask Autumn, and thank you for your presentation. I thought it was very good. There were two items that I wanted you to touch on a little bit further that I've heard among the people that are against this project, and I'd like you to maybe illuminate a little bit further on these two items. The first one being, what other alternatives were looked at other than the 2 additional lanes added? And did you look at using existing lanes in a managed way? That was one question I'd like you to touch on. And then also touch on why there was not more than 50% mitigation that took place in this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany, for the question. I want to acknowledge that Caltrans was the lead agency on the environmental review, and so while I have thoughts on your question, I would also like to give Caltrans the opportunity.
Yes, whoever is best answering that question.
Thank
you.
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everybody. I believe this is the first time I've been here, so I'll formally introduce myself. Sergio Aceves, the Acting District 3 Director for Caltrans. So again, thank you for the question. There was a total of 12 alternatives considered. I can definitely, I don't have them all memorized, but we can definitely.
Yeah, I don't expect you to go through all 12.
Thank you.
But
12 of them to answer your question.
But I am curious about looking at the converting existing lanes into managed lanes as opposed to adding 2 lanes. Can you address that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Without getting too much into the weeds?
Sure. So I'll start by saying this project has been in development obviously for years. So shall we say going back 3, 4, 5 years ago as we were going through the environmental process, there was not a big framework as to the tools, the guidance as to how you do conversions, right? That's something that's become more at the forefront within the more recent years. So as we were evaluating these 12 options and others that we got through the public comment period. Then towards the latter part, an option was raised by our partners in regards to, hey, can we look at, again, as one of these 12, a conversion as well as an addition. We looked into that through the environmental process, through the CEQA process, and again, just to be clear, through the CEQA process, public comment process, we did not get a comment about a conversions, especially earlier on, so that was not discussed, if you will, but later on it was brought in, and when it was brought in, we took that seriously, again, along with the other 12 alternatives, and based on the intent of the TSIP grant. What we want is obviously improved mobility for freight, as well as other benefits. This alternative that's before you, the Hot 3+, one lane, addition of Hot 3+, one lane in each direction, came out to be the preferred alternative going forward. Now, I want to be clear, this alternative doesn't preclude, looking into conversions in the future through this corridor or other parts of the Sacramento region. And this alternative is in line with the SACOG's Sustainable Community Strategy concepts.
Okay, thank you for that. And my other question had to do with the mitigation of the VMT being roughly about 50% at this point. And were there other opportunities to increase that mitigation? I'm just curious a little bit, touch on that a bit.
Absolutely. So mitigation, we worked with our partners extensively on mitigation. Just to talk big picture on it, to fully mitigate, we're talking in the billions. Frankly, it's about $2 billion. It's not feasible. It just isn't feasible with a budget and the return on investment. You also have to look at the feasibility. Some of these mitigations involved, frankly, housing. And to implement those besides the causes, could we really take credit for something that may or may not get built? Because these are major developments that take years, if not decades, to develop. So we wanted to make sure that we could take credit for it, and we could say, yes, we're mitigating, and this is where it's at. So one is just the magnet. It wasn't like it's just expensive. It was orders of magnitude of what the overall project is. On top of that, we did, as part of our VMT strategy, is total demand management. Transportation demand management strategies, where we help with subsidies. YOLO Bus, we're helping with those fares as well as lines. The Capital Corridor, improvements to paths. So we're doing a lot with those millions in mitigation. But to get to 100% mitigation, that's what we were looking at. And again, a part of it is feasibility. Can it really even be done? Can we take credit? And just the magnitude of the cost.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I do think it's important that we recognize that there is significant mitigation that is taking place, and there are some significant benefits, whether it be more transit and more biking and more safety that, should not be ignored. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. We're going to go next to Past Chair Norton.
Yes, I really appreciate, Commissioner Tiffany, your questions, because they were some of my own, especially about, and maybe Autumn and Sergio, you could come back up, because I would like to ask about the future of moving forward with the 2-lane each way, and when it's possible, because I still believe that federally you can't convert an existing lane just yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, just to look at how you can convert a lane, just to get to what the requirements are. Yeah. You cannot just take a general purpose lane and go straight to a managed lane. You first have to, it first has to become an HOV lane, then you can look at making it a managed lane. So there is a 2-step process in the simplest form to answer your question.
If I may.
Yep.
I know that that's something that Caltrans is looking at, is making it easier to convert from general purpose lanes to tolled lanes. I will say from my agency's perspective, we are absolutely committed, and we'll continue to push our friends at Caltrans to look at general purpose lane conversion. And my board members who are here with me today would agree with that statement. For us, it's something we absolutely want to see evaluated in the future.
That's fantastic. I also want to resonate with your slide about growth. And I think that we have to stop telling ourselves that we're a static state that's going to mitigate from where we are right now to less. Because last time I checked, Governor Newsom wisely said we need 3 million more housing units And many of those are needed in the very area that's going to be served by these lanes, correct?
I'm not familiar with his plan, but that sounds right to me.
Yeah, I mean, the request for a new affordable housing and growth in the RENA analysis is to be in this vicinity of Sacramento. So you're going to have more people in the area, more transit ridership, et cetera. And for me, what motivates me to vote in support of the TSEP funding is not only the amount of growth we anticipate, not only because I have experience with the managed lanes in Los Angeles, where you do have people watching as you move very quickly on a bus, on a zero-emission bus, past traffic that is stuck because they are not in these lanes, and that corridor, the buses along those corridors were the first to come back to pre-COVID ridership. And I think, if I remember from my Metro team here, that we're now at 120% of pre-COVID levels, because the advantages of taking those buses are so high. But the other reason that I am going to vote in support is because my values, as we were talking about values, and my support for young people, as I'm a parent of two young people, they're almost 22 and almost 26, is that these investments are also in partnership with the investments we talked about with SB 671, and the 80 is one of the key corridors that is going to be converted to electric and hydrogen power. I want those clean trucks not to be stuck in the same traffic. I want those clean trucks not to run their batteries down, being stuck, melting in the hot sun in traffic when they could be moving. And I want to tell you that your commitment to having all of the funding go to VMT reduction, I'm just going to say that if anyone's hearing in Los Angeles that that's what's happening, and we're about to vote on the 105, let's just say that is the envy of many. That is a very important commitment. And because I have those values of moving to transit, because I have the values of making this state a better place for young people like my children, and because I have the values of wanting to see us move forward with the freight we have always envisioned and making it better by not having people stuck in traffic. And also that what we found in the express lanes was that the people on the bus were the ones that were trying to get places they could never have gotten to before, with predictable routes, with clean air and clean buses, and also by making sure that they were able to go anywhere they wanted with $1.75, while everybody else in cars were paying $15 for the privilege of being along that same corridor. I think it's also notable that UCLA did a study that said that 3/4 of the reasons that people bought EV cars were the privilege of being able to travel in managed lanes. I know you're going to be investing in making a difference, and that's a value to me. And the other value is creating the jobs when we go from one managed lane, and hopefully we go to two, and all of what's happening here in this corridor, those jobs are a value to me. So I want to make sure that when we talk about values, that we also talk about investments like this, and that's why I'm pleased that we'll be voting on this today in a positive way.
Thank you, Past Chair Norton. And I'm glad we haven't taken the motion in the second yet. When you foreshadowed, I intentionally didn't ask for the motion because we were waiting to see if one of our speakers who had a hard time dialing in had a chance to put it in writing. He has. So we're going to ask our team to read Mr. Marcus Owen's comments up to 2 minutes, 1 for our translators, and 2 to stay consistent with the time that we allowed all of our other speakers.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino. I will now read on behalf of Marcus Owens his written comment. Dear community members and stakeholders, I am writing to express my thoughts and suggestions regarding the proposed YOLO 80 project. As a resident and advocate for sustainable transportation solutions, I believe it is crucial to consider not only the immediate benefits, but also the long-term impacts of our environment and communities. First and foremost, I applaud the initiative to modernize regional travel infrastructure on Interstate 80 and US Route 50. However, I urge decision makers to prioritize sustainability and efficiency in the project's design and implementation. One key aspect that I would like to emphasize is the importance of creating dedicated lanes for buses. By establishing fast lanes exclusively for buses, we can significantly improve transit reliability and incentivize the use of public transportation. This initiative would not only reduce congestion, but also contribute to lowering greenhouse gas emissions and promoting a more sustainable mode of travel. Furthermore, I strongly advocate for the inclusion of initiatives to support the transition to electric vehicles. Electric vehicles have proven to be an effective means of reducing air pollution and mitigating the impacts of climate change. Therefore, I encourage the allocation of resources within the project funding to incentivize the adoption of EVs, whether through infrastructure development, incentives for EV purchases, or support for EV-based public transportation options. It is essential to recognize that our actions today will shape the future of our communities and the environment for generations to come. By prioritizing sustainability and embracing innovative solutions, we can create a transportation system that not only meets the needs of today, but also safeguards the well-being of future generations. In conclusion, I commend the efforts to improve regional travel infrastructure, but I urge decision makers to incorporate sustainability principles into the YOLO 80 project. Let us seize the opportunity to lead by example and create a transportation system that is efficient, equitable, and environmentally responsible. Thank you.
Well, that was well timed. Mr. Owens, there's an old saying, when the door's locked, check the windows. You found a way to communicate with us today. We appreciate that. We are going to go next to our ex officio member, the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee, Dave Cortese. As I had foreshadowed earlier, I had slotted him in after past Chair Norton. After that, we're going to go to Commissioner Bradshaw and then to Vice Chair Grisby. Chair Cortese, thanks for joining us remotely. Please travel safely.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Guardino. I am in the passenger seat of an EV, somewhat poignantly, I suppose, having just traveled through this very section that is the subject of today's robust discussion. I've appreciated the discussion very much and all the commentary. I'll be brief and just find that I associate myself mostly with the comments of Commissioner Cruz regarding the notion that in an expansive economy, we have to proceed with just not propagation that is thoughtful and aggressive and appropriate today, but also the broad-based policies of the state of California, which go well beyond any project-based mitigation, the elimination of diesel, the elimination of fossil fuel vehicles, and so many other policies that we need to utilize in the most environmentally friendly way possible going forward. So I will hold my comments there, especially as an ex officio member. While I don't have a vote, I find the arguments in favor of the project compelling, and for me, given the position I'm in addition to being a commissioner, it is very helpful hearing such a robust discussion on a project that is, in effect, a microcosm of what we're dealing with statewide. Thank you very much, Chair Guardino.
Senator Cortese, you may not have a vote, but your voice is so important for us to hear and be able to learn from. Thank you for dialing in safely as the passenger in that EV in which you're traveling. With that, we are going to proceed to Commissioner Bradshaw, and then I'm going to slot in Commissioner Falcone, and we will perhaps end commissioner comments with Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair Guardino. Despite my nature, I'm going to try to keep it short.
You know, a couple things came up that I think is important. Again, I would echo Brother Cruz on this, that it's good to hear from all of the public on their concerns. I will say, though, a couple things I wanted to point out. One, this project has been more than reviewed regarding, you know, CEQA keeps coming up, and environmental review, et cetera. But I would, and in the packet and in public information, you know, I would point out the CARB letter of April 24th. I think it's really important because it shows the end of that full process. And I'll keep my commentary on some of that to myself because it's been kind of talked about already. But it is important. So it's not like the vetting hasn't been done. The other thing I wanted to say is that on the economic drivers of this, that I would also echo what other commissioners have said, that our state will continue, despite challenges and even some recessionary pressures, but will continue to thrive and grow in a lot of ways, in a positive manner, or things will be squeezed into areas where it's not necessarily healthy for the community or where the workforces are or have to be. So when you look at, it's not just a bumper sticker or slogan, we need to have parallel construction, parallel production, and multifaceted solutions to address environment, workforce, equity, and opportunity. And frankly, to create resources through that economic drivers, including the job creation, that give us the very funds to deliver solutions for our state. I would like to say, too, I mean, this is no attack on anyone or any group. However, that I think it can happen sometimes that, as we have, and I appreciate a lot of conversation about labor, and we have a lot of labor here who could be here, but there's thousands more folks that are engaged in transportation construction, but also in residential construction, that these things are tied together. But workers are neither a prop nor a widget. That they, in my experience, and I'll speak on behalf of carpenters because that's where I'm honored to serve in my career, that are very engaged and interested in healthy communities, healthy environment, and opportunity for those who are left out. In fact, I would imagine, I know a lot of the folks in this room that are carpenters, a lot of folks that were able to pull themselves out of, right, challenging circumstances economically, and now take an approach of pull up at every opportunity, which goes for this commissioner to the heart of equity. There are things out of the control of the working class, no doubt. Housing cost and how far I need to commute to get to the job that will sustain my family. But make no mistake, the workforces that I know and am honored to represent a sizable group of are highly interested in building solutions to that. But please don't forget us in the process, because I would say when you look at transportation and you look at highway through fares and everything else, look in the morning who's on those roads, and look in the evening who's on those roads. And it's a tremendous stress on the working class throughout our state that's creating social ills all on the way. And those long, grinding commutes are putting pressure on working families. That's at an all-time high, unfortunately, and it's having real destruction. So let's look at it across the board. I support this project because it, in a sense, for me, it checks every single box. Nothing is perfect, but in a sense, I think it is a perfect solution to this corridor because it touches on all of it and can encourage more different types of transportation and stimulate other projects that are good as well. So I proudly support it.
Commissioner Bradshaw, thank you. I want to make sure all commissioners who would like to speak do have an opportunity. If any commissioners who haven't yet turned on their mic or spoken who would like to? Great. I just want to make sure we hear from all of our colleagues. We're going to go then to Commissioner Falcone, and we will close with Vice Chair Grisby. Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier today, there was a speaker that approached the podium and called out the commission and CTC staff on our inclusivity or lack thereof And I just want to congratulate and, you know, really uplift you, Mr. Chair, in making this a very inclusive process through this proceeding, making sure that all voices are heard, and CTC staff for always being so open to feedback that that folks have brought forth to CTC prior to this proceeding and during this proceeding. I think it's important to highlight that this is an inclusive body. Second of all, I want to thank all of those who joined us in person and on the line to provide compelling sides on both sides of this project. As a decision-making body that looks to invest wisely the money that has been entrusted to us, I personally like to see multiple benefits of a project that provides relief to those who are impacted by waiting in traffic, having to commute to their jobs and back homes. That is compelling, that we ensure that folks have time with their families and just to thrive at home. They shouldn't have to wait in traffic. I heard some key things, and I like what Commissioner Tiffany said about the either or. I heard lots of ands and ands and ands, and that is congestion relief, mitigation, jobs, which helps protect our economic development in the state. I've heard opportunities for potential transit funding through tolls, and safety. And because there are multiple aspects to this project, that's really helped inform where I may be going with this project. So I just want to thank everybody that's put so much brain power on both sides of this project and have brought those arguments forward and really helping inform this body today in making a decision on this project. Thank you.
Commissioner Falcone, thank you for your thoughtful remarks. If it's okay with our Vice Chair, Past Chair Eager wanted to make just one quick comment before we bring it to you. Thank you, sir.
Quickly, and I know I had asked the question about the bus service, and we certainly appreciate that answer because I do believe that more people will be riding those buses once it's fast enough to get back and forth from one place to another. But I want to thank Commissioner Falcone for bringing up that safety issue. Because at the beginning of today, and we talked about safety, we talked about what happens on our roads in California when we don't put safety first. And as folks talked about this particular project, safety is that number one issue, that when you come across that causeway and there's no way out, you're stuck on there, and then all of a sudden those trucks and those vehicles stop completely. We heard about the accidents on that road. So I think we always have to come back to, yes, there were a lot of reasons why this was a good project. There's a lot of reasons why this is important, but putting safety of not just our workers, but the people driving back and forth of that number one issue. So thank you for letting me reiterate that.
Thank you, Past Chair Eager. Vice Chair Christie.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Autumn Bernstein.
Autumn, as you come up, we've heard a lot about VMT, but you're getting SMT, shoe miles traveled.
If you don't mind indulging me a little bit, I know that we've crossed paths and have been in the same circles. Can you talk a little bit about your professional background?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Grisby. So I spent the first 15 years of my career as a community organizer here in California, working on issues of sustainable land use and transportation. I came before this body as someone who has opposed projects that have been brought before you. I now obviously run a public agency, having kind of transitioned, did some time in the consulting sector in between. And so for me, there's folks in my life that, like Jeannie Ward Waller's name that was brought up, is someone who's a close friend of mine and someone I've known for many years. So this project is obviously the divisiveness of this project is something that I take very seriously, and I take it to heart. And I take I'm the same person. I haven't changed, and I'm really proud of this project because I think this does really embody. And I appreciated very much the feedback that people saw about what we're trying to do with this project here. That this is not business as usual, because I don't think it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's my only question. One of the other project sponsors, SACOG, Executive Director James Corliss, when I first got to DC, I worked for him. And what were we working on at the time? Reauthorization of our surface transportation bill at the national level. And what were our aims at that time? To increase funding for public transportation, to better highlight biking and walking, and the importance of those investments for our communities. So I feel good that some of the people participating in this project are actually have pretty firm environmental bona fides. The other thing I'll point out is after I worked for James, I went to go and work for APTA, which was the association representing the transit industry. So that included all aspects of the industry, including labor, our engineering firms, construction firms, everyone. So I got a chance to really understand how our industry works and how everyone has to pitch together to make this system work for America. And it also made me more moderate when it came to transportation projects. I like to evaluate each project based on its actual benefits and costs. When I was at APTA, I learned that there actually are bad transit projects, and there actually are good highway projects, right? So trying to get out of the frame of one mode being bad and another mode being good is more about how you cook it. And I think the ingredients in this dish are actually pretty good. I like the fact that, we're going to use funds from the toll lanes to pay for mitigations and to pay for equity programs. That should be the gold standard for how the entire nation does these toll lanes. And I know that we're going to see more and more of these toll lanes, not just in California, but across the country. And we have an image right now about how we should actually do these projects. So given that, I am very enthusiastically voting for this project. I would hope, though, that on the back end, we can find ways to mitigate beyond the 50%, which actually is beyond the jurisdiction of people in this room, because it involves housing. And I want to commend my fellow Commissioner Bradshaw for all the work that you've done and your union have done to move construction of additional housing in our state. And that's the kind of work that it's going to take to close the rest of the mitigation gap. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Grisby, I just want to thank you for asking Ms. Bernstein to come back up. It goes back to a comment I made earlier about how we can appear if we don't get to know each other as cardboard, one-dimensional cutouts, when none of us are, regardless of where we are in this issue. And it's wonderful when we take the time so that we're not defined by others, but as the whole people that we are for each issue in a holistic sense. And I always learn from you. So thank you, sir. Thank you. I want to be respectful that Commissioner Cruz very early on foreshadowed that he would be interested in making a motion. So I would like to afford him that opportunity, if that's okay with everyone else, now that we heard from Marcus Owens and had that portion. Yes?
Back around and remind us of the what we're voting.
Goodness, yes. Director Taylor, please.
So a couple of additional table setting items for us that I want to make sure are not lost in this conversation, because we've heard about how we plan for open space. We've heard about how do we plan for greenhouse gas emissions reductions, how do we plan for the full suite of goals that we are trying to meet. And I would be remiss as a planner not to remind us that SACOG is responsible for the regional transportation planning process for which this project came out of. That process is required to meet a 19% reduction goal to comply with SC 32 and the scoping plan that is really the guiding principles and the guiding north light of the GHG discussion that we're having here. It is a balance of multiple goals. I wanted to bring us back to this because we also heard part of the solution is housing. It is in that regional transportation plan where we look at the combination of housing, jobs, the environment, equity, all of the goals that we're talking about here, and we balance them to develop the best path forward for the state of California. I didn't want that to be lost in the conversation because it is challenging to have individual conversations about individual projects. But we also have to remember that as we're looking at the system is a whole system. There are transit projects that we are not talking about today that are within that SACOG transportation plan, within all of our regional transportation plans across the state. SACOG also has a green print. We haven't talked about the green print because the green print is not in our authority as the commission. And I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of this larger planning process because there are many things that don't come before the commission that actually continue to help us reduce GHG emissions, actually identify additional types of mitigation strategies, preservation strategies, and all of those things that we've talked about today. And if I could take us back to the motion, just so that it's been quite a while, I want to make sure that our audience recognizes what we are taking action on very clearly. For tab 17, we will take action on the first item, which is the Phase 1 in Yolo County Resolution G24-40 and approval of the Yolo 80 Corridor Improvements Project for a TSEP advanced programming action. The second action, we will take action under tab 20.
Chair, if I may for a moment, there's an attendee with a hand raised, someone who has already spoken, and you had previously said the public comment was closed. I just want to make sure that they understand that.
Yes, please, and we thank you, but we want to make sure that we are consistent so that we are fair to everyone. And a reminder for that person, there are items 18 and 19 and 20. Thank you. I appreciate you all understanding that, but I want to be fair to all of you. With that, Commissioner Cruz. And if you wouldn't mind turning on your mic, sir.
Thank you, and I'll make a motion to approve tab 17.
Mm-hmm.
Tab 17.
17B.
17B. Second. Oh,
17A. No.
If I could maybe friendly suggestion, approve the staff's recommendation to approve the first action in tab 17.
make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second.
For the first action in tab 17.
The first action is in tab 17.
Second.
They did this with me when I got married, too. I had to slowly repeat the lines back.
I do. I second.
You jumped right, yeah, I feel
Okay.
bad. So there's a second
no,
to
go
the
ahead.
second. Yes. Yes. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by, the second was by past Chair Eager? Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from commissioners? Seeing none. Do you want a roll call vote or a group vote?
A group vote is fine.
Great. With that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Let the record show that that passes unanimously. Thank you all. We believe you deserve a few-minute break. Does anyone disagree with that motion? So what we're going to do, a motion to run to the restroom. We're going to take 15 minutes. I would like to share something kind of fun, though. We started this item at 1:07. We finished at 3:39. That's 2 hours and 32 minutes. As Director Taylor and I tried to thoughtfully think through the 138 action items on our agenda, we timed this to last 2 hours and 30 minutes. It was 2 hours and 33 minutes. I was impressed. take the next 15 minutes off. We're going to reconvene at 3:55. Thank you all.
Just one note for my deputies, if my deputies could come to the front
Yeah,
in the door
deputies of the
here, that would be
commission,
great.
please come forward with our thanks. Just a reminder that we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you. We'll be starting in 2 minutes.